Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this week's edition of the Sunday Wire. I'm your host, Patrick Henningsen. We're streaming out live on the Alternate Current Radio Network, also at 21stcenturywire.com, streaming out live on X, Rumble, also YouTube, Facebook, and BitChute as well. Thank you for joining us on this live stream. This is episode 529 of this weekly Omnibus News and Analysis radio program. We have another fantastic episode for you this week. Merry Christmas to everybody. Hope you've had a great holiday break. We had a fantastic show last week with a great interview with Syrian Girl. You can go back and check out our archives on that. Really stunning interview with her. We're going to follow that up with something even more interesting this week. We had a couple of great discussions we're going to have first in the guest interview segment here, and also in Overdrive afterwards, after the break this week on the Sunday Wire. We're going to be talking about Syria. We're going to try to unpack Syria, and the conversation is going to end up drifting over to Russia and Ukraine for obvious reasons. And you'll know after we hear from our guest. He is a journalist and author. He's also a political consultant who has extensive experience in the Middle East, in Syria and Iraq, and other places internationally. His name is Arnaud Develay. He's going to be joining us right now for a discussion on a really important topic, a great development in terms of global politics. Arnaud Develay, thank you for joining us this week on the Sunday Wire.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. Always a pleasure.
No, the pleasure is ours, and I'm sure this is going to be an interesting discussion today, Arnaud. And firstly, give us a chance to get to know you a little bit for our new viewers who aren't familiar with your work. You can check out Arnaud's archive up at 21stcenturywire.com. Some of his work and interviews are there, Arnaud, but just give us a little brief description of yourself, what you do, and your main areas of interest.
Well, I was trained as an attorney in the US, and rather than go on an externship and make coffee in a real estate firm in Florida, I decided, in the wake of the patently illegal US invasion of Iraq back in 2003, to get in touch with the people who were at the time in charge of the defense of the deposed president of Iraq, Saddam Hussein, for those who might not be sure about who I'm talking about. And so I traveled to Amman, Jordan, to meet the head of the team, introduced myself, and later on we were actually joined by former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark, with whom I developed a somewhat close mentorship, disciple relationship. Learned a lot from him. We ended up working on a lot of other issues in the following years. And I got involved into the Syrian theater, obviously, owing to my experience in Iraq, since I quickly emerged that this was they were all part of the same pattern. And I started visiting the country in 2017. I went back in 2019 for a series of conferences there in Aleppo, Damascus, Aleppo, Latakia, Tartus, and Sueda, which allowed us to really get to see the diversity of what Syria was, or should we say is still all about, albeit in a very uncertain future now. And I went back. The last time I went there was in early 2020, and it turned out that this was the same moment the COVID-19 situation came up. And so they closed the border, and I ended up staying about 2.5 years there before relocating to Moscow and starting working on the Ukraine conflict I have a book that came out last April on the Biden clan's misgiving, or should we say, shenanigans in Ukraine, dating back to 2014. Just came out last April, published in Clarity Press, from the ground, being on the ground.
Flashed a little image of your book there, Foreign Entanglements, really unpacking the Biden corruption scandals in Ukraine, Democratic Party, deeply entrenched in a lot of the corruption in Ukraine. You've uncovered and exposed a lot of that in your book. Subsequently, a lot of this is also out in the public domain through various investigations, including congressional investigations into the matter. So I think you've been very much vindicated by your work on this topic, Arnaud. Very important work to do with Ukraine. On the issue of Syria, your trips to Syria, you mentioned, we've just got a few images here. Arnaud, just tell us about this photograph.
This was in Latakia after the conference, and so we basically walked through the day-to-day reality of Syrians living on the coast. Those people today are useless to say, bearing the brunt of retaliatory raids in this part of the country. Many Christians live there, and many Alawite, which for our viewer was the community, the sect, as they said over there, out of which the former president came from. But as was very rightly so described and explained by, in one of the articles published on your site by former UK Ambassador Peter Ford, the Alawites were not on easy street by any stretch of the imagination. It is actually a complete misconception to believe that just because the Assad clan was issued from the Alawite community, that the whole community was somewhat warning in Rolls Royce. Nothing could be further from the truth. Suffice it to say that the Alawite is a kind of a very obscure spin-off of Shia Islam. Most of them really brought themselves up through Syrian society after having been ostracized for literally centuries, fleeing persecution, taking refuge in the mountains by the coast, where they were able to hide initially. And during the French Mandate, all the way through the coup-marred era between 1946 and 1963, they were really like at the bottom of the pecking order in Syria until the advent of the founding president of modern Syria, Hafez al-Assad, who basically completely transformed the country and brought it into this kind of secular country, bringing together a mosaic of different community, and while acknowledging the religious dimensions of the people living there, the constitution was that people are first and foremost defined as being Syrians and not Christians or Sunni. Although it might have appeared on their ID cards, they were not defined by their religious background. This was at the core of the Ba'athist Pan-Arabic model of governance. Ba'athism in Arabic means rebirth. Was actually some gist of it was actually thought out by a French guy, whom I forgot his name, but his idea of nominalism was borrowed by Michel Aflaq, who was the person who was I think he was a Lebanese Christian, and he's the one who basically theorized for the Arab world how this could work. And so we saw some of it in obviously the Arab nationalism was very on the up and up in the late 50s, early 60s with Nasser in Egypt, and then it expressed itself in Iraq, later on through the Iraqi branch of the Ba'ath. But there were also branches of the Ba'ath in Jordan, for instance. When we were working on the case in Iraq, we were working out of Amman for security reasons. And we were under, pretty much, I wouldn't say under protection per se, but somewhat, logistically provided by the Jordanian branch of the Ba'ath. And some of the people there actually used to work and do a lot of round trips between Amman and Baghdad back in the day. And so, and obviously there's the Syrian branch. So a lot of people have been trying to draw a dividing line between the Ba'athist experience in Iraq and versus Syria. Whereupon in Iraq there was more of an openness to market economy, whereas in Syria it was more of a state-controlled economy, owing to I guess the logic of the blocks prevailing at the time. Iraq, as we know, was for quite some time ensconced in the US-led Euro-NATO bloc. We don't have to go back to the Iraq-Iran war, but Iraq was essentially said so several times, the Ukraine of that time, trying to, as a proxy being used to contain the Iranian Islamic Revolution, with, all the disaster that this led to, and which probably prompted the former president to somewhat act rashly in 1990 when he decided to go and get repaid for what he assumed, what he claimed was at the time a debt owed by the Gulf states, who had used him to preserve their fiefdoms. Whereas Syria was always more in the Soviet orbit, going back to the 1970s, 60s, but especially 1970s, when we talk, and we are likely to hear about it in the coming days and coming weeks. When we talk about the issue of the Russian bases on the Syrian coast, for instance, suffice it to say that there were already Soviet bases at the time. Not two. There was Tartus, as a port was there. Nemin was not installed yet, but there was a Russian port there. Yes. So there was always a very close-knit, symbiotic almost relationship between the old guard of the Syrian Ba'athist and the Soviet elite. Many of the Syrian order member of the Ba'ath, for instance, they all studied in Moscow. And a lot of the political culture that one sees in Syria actually has its roots in Soviet Russia. So it's interesting to see that dichotomy. Suffice it to say, unfortunately, that the era of Pan-Arabism seems to be coming to an end with what was the events of last December 7th. And so we're finding now ourselves in a kind of a crossroad. We don't really know what the future will be made of, but things would appear to look bleak, to put it mildly.
And
about this.
Just going back to coincidentally, I'll bring this photo from Latakia. I'm not sure what year this was. I'm guessing this was
in early 2019.
2019, and in the forefront there is Daria Dugina, the late daughter of Alexander Dugin. She was attendee of that conference that you were there as well. I mean, she, what was her feelings with Syria? Do you remember? Did you have discussions with her about Syria, and was she a country that she loved, that she enjoyed visiting?
Well, actually, I was approached to assemble a delegation at the time, and we were somewhat pressed for time, and from one thing led to another, and I was provided with contact details. So I called her up, and I was somewhat plainly explaining to her what we were trying to do, and I asked her if she would be interested in joining. And she was immediately enthused. She had never been there. She was very curious, very lively. She had a whole range of talent, not just as a politolog, but also as a writer, as a poet, as a thinker, as a philosopher. And to be honest, she's the one who ended up becoming the head, what do we call it, the lead of our delegation, because she had that aura about her, and the Syrian people immediately took to her, and she quickly became this kind of phenomenon, to be honest, and that led us, in the end, completely unexpectedly, to be informed one morning, a couple of days away from our departure back to our respective destinations, that we will be going to the palace and meet the president. And obviously, this was quite unexpected. The president was a busy man, obviously. But I guess the feedback from the series of conferences had reached all the way to the head of the executive, and it was deemed valuable, to reinforce what already were strong ties with Russia, and having the daughter of Alexander Dugin in Syria, generating such a positive response from the population was something that probably played a big role in things playing out that way.
Yeah, and also in addition, we have just a photo here. If I'm not mistaken, is this the Grand Mufti
Yes,
in Damascus?
that's right. This was in early 2020, so after COVID started. As it turned out, the position of the Grand Mufti was, I wouldn't say abolished, but transformed about a year and a half later, uh, and turned into a kind of an assembly of experts. So this was one of the last time, I guess, especially owing to the conditions prevailing at the time, with the borders being closed, where he was gracious to receive us, and basically explain to us the harmonious nature of relationship between different religious communities, with the idea that everything that had been sold to the Western public in terms of sectarian strife between Sunni and Shia was but a construct aimed at driving a wedge among those societies, who, up until the moment when they became a target of the Western governments, were living in complete harmony. I mean, there was never any. This never even came to be an issue to begin with. People were living in their cocoon, and I think of Syria, the old Syria. I'm always using that term, old Syria, as this kind of. I wouldn't say Camelot, obviously. I wouldn't want to be, you know, but there was this kind of it's something that will most likely never happen again. With all its shortcoming, they had somehow created something that was quite unique, not only in the Middle East, but I would say in the world. Uh, there was no Huntington way of thinking there, and at the same time, it was transcended and sublimated by the rich history of the country, with some of the main cities going back thousands of years. I mean, seeing empires and invasions come and go throughout the centuries. I mean, just think about the Umayyad Mosque, for instance, which
We got a picture of
is
that up on. I think you supplied us with a picture here. Is this that mosque that we have?
that's right.
Okay.
So it's right near the main souk of Damascus, and it's quite a sight to behold. And it contains within it. So I mean, just for people who never got the chance to visit Syria, the head of John the Baptist So the person who baptized the Christ, as well as the head of Hussein, which is the grandson of Muhammad, the prophet of Islam. And right outside the mosque, you have the tomb of Saladin, the person who vanquished the Crusaders. And at the same time, if you travel about a couple of hours north of the capital on the way to Homs, you will get to visit the Crac des Chevaliers, which is probably the most well preserved Crusader fortress in the whole region, bar none. And so you have all those different layers of Levant history, and I would say by extension world history, all condensed in that very small place called Syria. And it's obviously the governments at the time were not only for touristical purpose, but they considered themselves as kind of the keepers of all those sites. Obviously, I'm not going to forget Palmyra, although it was captured twice during the fighting war years between let's say between 2012 and 2016. It was liberated a second time in 2016, which goes back to Roman times. It was the stronghold of Queen Zenobia, who, by all account, was who could give a run for her money to Cleopatra, among one of the strong female figure in antiquity. And Palmyra was probably able to rival Petra in the Nabatean city of Petra in Jordan back in the days with those caravan spice routes. And so all this echoes at the same time this idea about the BRICS that we talk about these days so much about. And the BRICS was supposed to, Syria was supposed to join the BRICS. President Assad had expressed that much. For the time being, all this is somewhat up in the air now. But yeah, Syria was all that and more. And of course, how could one forget the sheer hospitality of those people? Their resiliency. Never complaining about anything, always predisposed to give you whatever few things they possessed, as a token of hospitality, which is one of the fundamental staple in the region. So we are like light years away from this kind of self-loathing that we hear all too often in the West in that sense.
Well, that brings us to the present moment, and thank you for that background. I think that was really important, Arnaud, just to kind of for the audience, whoever, to establish your relationship with Syria personally and your experience there, and what it means to you. Reflecting back on it, as a political entity, as a state, as a culture, as a society, and then, as you said, on December 7th and 8th of 2024. Not only a few weeks ago, in fact, the unthinkable happened. The unthinkable happened, and the black flag was flying over Aleppo, and days later over Damascus. And since then, the world has watched in wonderment, many in horror, at the HTS, Hayat Sham, and Al Qaeda in Syria. Dare we call it a regime? Are we allowed to call it a regime? Let's call it a regime, because the West is calling this a government now. It's still a listed terrorist organization, and everybody's talking about the fall of the House of Assad, or the Assad dynasty. And it didn't take long, Arnaud, before Israel certainly took advantage of the situation. In fact, in a matter of hours, they began bombing and liquidating all of Syria's military installations, all of the Air Force bases, including the Syrian naval port, all of their naval assets, and then moved in to occupy the Golan Heights and now Mount Hermon. So now have tactical artillery advantage over large parts of Lebanon and even Damascus. I mean, that was unthinkable just months ago, that they would have never been able to capture this territory and have this level of military advantage over Syria and now over the region in many ways. The Israel and the U.S. have transformed the situation with the help of HTS and Al Qaeda coming down, invading from Turkey, with the full backing of the Turkish state and the full backing, let's be honest, of the United States, Britain, all the NATO allies, and seem to be strategically coordinating with Israel, even right to the last couple of weeks, with allowing Israel standing down, admitting they're in coordination with Israel. So, I mean, Arnaud, this is just like an extraordinary confluence of events, and it's very strange. On one hand, it's being portrayed by pundits, many pundits in the region, including the Cradle and other publications like this, more realistic publications, as this kind of massive betrayal of Syria as a country, and really possibly betrayal of the Arabic region, if you want to call it the Arabic states in the region. But the mainstream media is still talking about this was some sort of necessary regime change in order to, it's almost like a continuation of the Arab Spring. I really feel like they're really trying to reboot the Arab Spring vibe in the region, somehow a continuation of that. I mean, what do you make, first of all, your thoughts, your feelings and reactions about the fall of Syria, and then going forward, what do you see in the short term, at least? We'll talk about the mid and the long term, but in terms of the situation now, I want to get your thoughts on that, Arnaud.
Well, obviously, a lot has been already said, and it's somewhat understandable that people's emotion get the best of them, to the extent they might have felt they had a bone in this fight. In a way, Syria, the way I look at it, in the context of, as you mentioned, the Arab Spring or the Greater Middle East Initiative, whichever way you want to look at it, it's all part of the same plan, or the Odeid-Yinon plan going back to 1982. They all interweave into each other. The idea being that if we address the Yinon plan, was to dismantle every coherent Arab state in the region so as to promote Israeli geostrategic interests there. So then fast forward to 9/11, we have the 7 countries in 5 years speech by Wesley Clark. And Syria figured pretty high on the list. And so we might have all thought for a few years at least that the tide had be turned somehow, that there was a sense of containment, having found its full expression in the ancient land of Syria. But it's still somewhat underestimate how the West proceeds. They may experience ad hoc, somewhat temporary setbacks, but they don't give up. If we look at the situation when the Syrian army and its Russian and Iranian and Hezbollah allies were liberating provinces one after the other. I'm talking about starting from the liberation of East Aleppo in December 2016, which really turned the tide right there, going through October 2017 with the liberation of Deir ez-Zor and this somewhat almost Hollywood-made, script of, you had this Syrian Druze general, Issam Zareddin, who was this kind of larger-than-life figure, holding Colts on each side and standing up, a little bit like Colonel Kilgore in Apocalypse Now. And he held for 3 years with about 150 guys against like thousands and thousands of militants, going at them, suicide, kamikaze type, and just being, maintained through air supply, air convoy, supplies being dropped. So when the Syrian Arab Army led the way and reestablished the junction with Darius, so that was something that really. I was in Maalula when that happened in so late September, early October. I think Darius was liberated on October 3rd. And there was such a elation in Maalula. Maalula is a Christian town, so you see, I mean, it's nothing to do with, it was just something. Everybody partook in this, and there was so much optimism, so much energy. It was electrifying. People were shooting in the air, walking down the narrow streets of this ancient town. It's about 100 kilometers north west of Damascus. One or two remaining places in the world where the language of Christ is still spoken, and people were just celebrating. And we were actually at the same time not far after the yearly celebration of the Feast of the Cross, where you have on one side you have a mountain with the Catholic, and then the other mountain with the Orthodox, and you have this kind of little, somewhat good-spirited tug of war between the two, and it was just kind of like a succession of good news after, everybody remembered the town being invaded by al-Nusra in 2013, being somewhat infiltrated, and in a way that opened the way to those militants to come in and kidnap nuns there. A lot of people still carry the deep scars of this episode. So the years 2016, 2017, 2018 was the liberation of the Ghouta. The Ghouta was this long-standing face-off with militants a stone throw away from Damascus on the eastern suburb, literally. And they had those tunnels, so they could pop up and use their artilleries and bomb the old city of Damascus at will, essentially. So this was also a big, and we all remember this incredible footage of Assad driving his own vehicle, a Toyota Camry. He's just driving there to go see for himself, not only the progress of the offensive, but what needs to be done to rebuild as quickly as possible, because obviously once the military phase is over, you need to proceed to the political aspect, which is rebuilding and making sure people, who live there are not disconnected from basic services, essentially. Then in summer 2018, we had the liberation of Dara, which is where the whole sequence of the Syrian so-called revolution started in March 15th, 2011, with a kind of a Maidan-like approach to it. Some people, I guess, having most likely valid claims, protesting about certain issues, representativity being one of them. And the government initially lending a ear, and then next thing you know, just when there's about to be some kind of arrangement or some kind of platform to start discussing a way out of this, some people, nobody knows where they're from and where they ever ended up leaving to, pop up on rooftops and start shooting the police.
You're talking about 2011 when the unrest began.
That's right.
The media in the West want to portray that as an outgrowth of the Arab Spring, basically. But
right, it's just kind of like a genie that just spread everywhere with no connection between the country.
What you're describing, which is the sort of random firing from rooftops of protesters and police, This
Yes.
also happened in Homs around the same time.
Yes.
And this is identical to the situation in Ukraine in 2014 in Maidan Square. And we've also seen this in other locations as well. So it
Mhm.
seems like a playbook of sorts. And we could speculate about which foreign intelligence agencies might be involved in fomenting that type of unrest. Very, very strategic, very tactical, and very targeted for certain to get a certain result. And a lot of the eyewitness testimonies that we published over the years and interviews have shown that these weren't peaceful protesters; that they were, in fact, violent from the very beginning. Had sectarian overtones. Christians to Beirut, Alawites to the grave was the chant of a lot of protesters in Banyas, in other places as well. So I mean that was in 2011. So clearly there was this effort to create the beginnings of a civil war, and in fact that's exactly what happened. But after the injection of foreign fighters and then the establishment of all these different array of Islamist militant groups, Jaish al-Islam, Arar al-Sham, Jabhat al-Nusra, basically, formations of al-Qaeda in Syria under another brand, basically. But that brings us, to the present, Arnaud, and it's still confounding people. How on earth were these forces that I mean, they are a huge amount of them, of course, in Idlib, 30, 35 or thousand or more HTS militants armed to the teeth. But they didn't outnumber the Syrian Arab army, who had as well reinforcements and help from Russia and the Islamic Republic of Iran. But somehow, from the end of November, this rapidly cascading series of events, and Aleppo was taken almost without any resistance. I mean, there was some fighting initially there, but they just swooped in from Idlib, and it seemed like the militants, which the West call the rebels, these militant and terrorist factions, were surprised at not encountering any resistance, and then moved on to Hama, and then to Homs, and then very quickly, within 24 hours, to Damascus. I mean, nobody saw this coming, Arno. It was really a shock and a surprise. I mean, have you thought about what precipitated this? I mean, how this, with all of the intervention of the Russians, the Iranians, Hashid from Hezbollah from Lebanon, Hashid from Iraq, and the amount of lives lost to hold the center of the country from 2013, 14, 15, right up to the Astana agreement, and even after the Astana, there was still fighting. So much invested, so many lives lost on all sides, but yet there was they didn't really put up a fight to preserve that alliance, to hold the center of the country. What happened?
Well, I think what happened is that everybody fooled themselves into thinking the war was essentially won by late 2019 with this time wholesome liberation of Aleppo in its entirety. There was, I remember this speech by President Assad, and it looked like the end of operation. And obviously, yes, there was this nagging issue, this remaining pocket of Idlib, but I believe you might have spoken about it last week with a Syrian girl. Uh, the Russians and the Iranians and the Syrians, at least initially, were ready to go in and finish off the job, but somehow, at the last minute, it did not happen, and then the issue was frozen somehow, and people started focusing, because remember that at the same time we have COVID starting in March 2020, so the borders were sealed. They would not be reopened until November 2021. So if you look at the industry of tourism, for instance, a lot of people rely on tourism as a way to sustain, their families in Syria. And so a lot of people were out of work for 18 months. This was also combined with what happened in the port of Beirut, the destruction, the implosion of the Lebanese economy owing to the Ponzi scheme that was uncovered later on. And last but not least, the adoption of the Caesar Act was done in December 2019, but it became effective on June 17th, 2020. And so suddenly,
Just to quickly explain what the Caesar Act is, Arnaud, because that's an important detail, isn't it?
so the Caesar Act was it originated initially as the story of a high-ranking officer from the Syrian intelligence forces who, for some reason, decided to defect to the West, but not before leaving with tens of thousands of photos presumed to depict victims of torture, of systematic tortures in Syrian jails. And this connects somehow with the narrative we've been hearing since December 7th with Senaya and those dungeons and all those mass graves, which actually we have no photos of. Where are the mass graves? So it's all connected to this. And this was initially, so this person who we never knew his name, we never knew his face, was paraded in all the Western capital, culminating in special hearings on the Hill in Washington. And this gave, this led to the adoption of a congressional act resolution, which basically led to the adoption of this provision, because the standalone legislation did not have enough vote to be adopted in Congress. So what they ended up doing, at least the regime changer crowd, they inserted it as a clause in the National Defense Authorization Act of 2019 to be effective in 2020. So it became this kind of executive provision. And the NDAA has always been this omnibus law in existence since 2006, which aims at fighting the war on terror. So no one really paid attention to it. But the fact is, since it was an effective piece of legislation, when it became effective 6 months after adoption by Congress, people started seeing that it was more than just a somewhat an additional pack of sanctions. It was a comprehensive operation to asphyxiate the Syrian economy by dissuading any country around it, even on humanitarian grounds, to interact with the Syrian economy in any way, shape, or form using this, very shady dual-use criteria. So, and to the extent there's remote chance that you can use a regular daily staple or even foodstuff in something that would be akin to somehow sustaining the armed forces of Syria, you are likely to be yourself the target of sanctions as a secondary trend of sanction. Yeah. So the Iraq government, the Lebanese government, the Jordanian, well, they were not necessarily predisposed to do so, but it became extremely difficult. The Gulf state, the UAE, let's remind our viewer, the UAE reestablished diplomatic relation in December 2018. So they would have been, front and center to help the Syrian economy. And quicker than you can think about it, they were admonished and threatened by Washington. Don't even think about it. We've got this in place. To this, you have to add the Jeffrey Doctrine, which is basically the control of the southeastern most wealthy and rich part of the country, which was all the oil field, which up to that point allowed the people to warm themselves in winter and the army to function with the gasoline, right? And the people to basically drive around. And there was still a little bit left, which accounted for 2% of the entire oil export volume. Those 2%, Syria owned them. So Syria was a well-managed country, self-sustained, and it managed to eke out a profit by exporting the equivalent of 2% of the entire oil that's being sold and exported worldwide. But starting in 2016, 17, 18, the Americans started building a series of bases alongside the Syrian-Iraqi border to ring the two countries. And some of the most notorious one, the one in what's called, I think it's close to Kamishli and Asaka. Ashadi, I think it's called. This is the base that was responsible to basically fill the barrel with the stolen oil. The Kurds would steal the oil. The Syrian Kurds would, do the job of providing the oil into the base, into the container, and then the U.S. Personnel would evacuate the barrels in convoys, almost, I would say, 2 or 3 times a week. About like 4 miles long convoys on average, making their way through the Iraqi Kurdistan, through the I think it was Al-Jadi, was an illegal checkpoint, border point that they had installed there. And then the Barzani clan would basically get a cut from that because they would provide the logistics for refining the oil, and then most of it would be then shipped into Turkey. And we understand that some of it ended up even, to Israel. So we have also this Crescent, Delta Crescent company that Pompeo in August 2020 somehow couldn't control himself, and he mentioned the existence of this sanction breaking, sanction violating a U.S. entity immatriculated in Delaware. And so they were making, and this actually was shut down afterward because, you cannot say one thing and do the other. So, but not unlike what they're doing in the Golan Heights. Also, they found oil in the Golan Heights, and there's a consortium there with people like former CIA directors. I forgot his name.
Woosley, James Woosley, Dick Cheney, Rupert Murdoch, Bill Richardson. Larry Summers, maybe, I'm not sure, but quite a few people from Epstein's flight list, by the way. But that's Genie Energy.
Genie Energy.
Genie Energy. The one that was selling stolen Syrian oil via ISIS or ISIS oil, because ISIS, I think, was also pilfering from Iraq as well. It was Janelle Energy, similar name, Janelle, and that was quickly mothballed once that became public, and but yet all going through Turkey, and Russia exposed this as well. In fact,
we had the satellite pictures. Yes, you could see all those trucks. Was kind of a bottleneck. There was no room for all those 18 wheelers to go through. Yes,
and vulnerable to airstrikes at that point as well.
Yes,
which unfortunately disrupted the ISIS oil trade. So Russia can take credit for quite a bit of that. I mean, Russia did a lot to thwart ISIS during that period. The question is, what was the U.S. doing?
Well, the U.S., they were financing their operation, their military presence through basically the selling, and part of the proceeds went to essentially, finance the presence of the U.S. Bases there.
Yep.
So you pay, well, that's what Trump said. We're here for the oil to keep it from ISIS.
Well, from ISIS. It was to keep it from Syria, obviously, and from the Syrian people. So the strangulation of the country, and as you rightly said, James Jeffries, who you mentioned here, and I hate to say we got it right too many times, but here's Peter Ford, I believe, wrote this in 2020. Cynical U.S. policy on Syria revealed, block the Russians and the Iranians, destroy the economy, to hell with the people. That was a piece that Peter Ford wrote back during, I think it was during that sort of December 2020, right before 2021. And we all knew this was going on, Arnaud, at the time. But there you have Jeffries, who kind of took over from Brett McGurk with this sort of establishment, the occupation of northeastern Syria with U.S. forces and the Kurds as their sort of local proxy. He's still involved in the conversation under the new Trump administration, funny enough. Not much talk about U.S. illegal occupation. I mean, it did come up in the news recently, didn't it? They're talking about, oh, we didn't realize we had that many troops in Syria. I mean, it's like shock by some senator or some
Well,
congressman or
well,
Pentagon.
those of us who
Yeah.
we knew there was about 2,000 troops. It was no secret.
Mm.
But I mean, for the mainstream, it was 900. Yes.
So that's the strategy which you've outlined there: sanctions, targeted sanctions,
Strangling. Mm-hmm.
asphyxiate is the
Death
word.
by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, so death by 1,000 cuts, strangling the economy, strangling society, creating maximum pressure, as Mike Pompeo likes to call it, to force the Syrian people to rise up to overthrow their government, or weaken it to such an extent that it'll be vulnerable for invasion by terrorist forces. But that's exactly
Right.
what eventually happened, didn't it?
Yes, because at the same time, so people did not see the dividends of all the blood spilled. To make a long story short, this is how people started somewhat resenting the situation, and we started hearing people saying they were almost nostalgic at the time when rockets would randomly fall on people, where as long as, like they used to say, we had something to eat, we could go to Beirut, cross the border, go to a shopping mall there, fill the cars, the vehicle, the trunks to the brim, and bring it back to Damascus, either for ourselves or to the extent some people, hecked out a living selling, stuff on the street corner. They'd have the merchandise to do so. And so, with the COVID, the combination of the COVID, the border being closed, the Lebanese economy imploding, the explosion of the port in Beirut, the Jeffrey Doctrine, the Caesar Act, all those things started basically, I would say by 2022, the situation was really getting difficult. To give you an idea, as far as the rate of the Syrian lira as compared to the dollar, well, starting in 2010, $1 would get you 50 Syrian pounds. When I got there in before the right before the COVID started, so we're in March 2020, 1 Syrian pound official rate from the Syrian Central Bank was 2,500 pounds for $1. Street value was 4,000. By late 2022, when I left Syria, we were at 7,000 pounds for $1. From what I understand, before the fall of Damascus, they had reached to 14,000 pounds for $1. And in the days that followed, obviously, with the collapse of the government, there were instances where I heard 25,000 pounds for $1. So it became essentially this kind of Weimar collapse of the Reichsmark situation, where people, the money had no value. They had to actually mint a new bill to prevent people from carrying barrels of cash just to go buy some loaf of bread. This is where we got in the end.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, the problem is the fundamentals have not changed. We just learned that the US stated that they will keep the oil. They're not going to give it back to Jolani and his thugs. We are hearing now from Brussels that any kind of financial relief and lifting of sanction will be predicated on certain conditions, which we might see. We have to see if this is going to be amenable. Mm-hmm. So a lot of people might have thought that by getting rid of the regime, things would economically somehow turn overnight for the better. But I'm afraid this is not going to be the case. And obviously, this is going to probably promote or contribute to the regime, the new regime in place, to be more ruthless, because obviously they've got nothing, to sell. They they've expired their due date. I mean, they did what they were supposed to do, but now it's back to square one. And on top of it, the Israelis, as you mentioned in your introduction, are now controlling a significant portion of the country, including the highest point peak in the Middle East, which allows them to basically eavesdrop about 2,000 miles, 360 degrees, so they can anticipate any kind of and that opens up the airspace for a straight dash into Iranian airspace without having to go around and refuel in Azerbaijan.
Yep.
So we haven't seen the end because, as neocons used to say, or the armchair generals, men go to Baghdad. Boys go to Baghdad and men go to Tehran. So it is not over by any stretch of the imagination. We can probably anticipate, reactivating of ISIS to destabilize Iraq. For the time being, the new Syrian Authority, I guess, as a successor state, for lack of a better word, inherited all the debt of the Assad government. To give you an idea, the Assad government owes $50 billion to the Iranians because the Iranians they expanded military assistance, but also oil through tankers. So this actually delves into this business of the Captagon drug trafficking, because the idea was to try to at least, muster some money, anything to be somewhat in good standing with the Iranian, because if you don't provide them at least a fifth, I guess, of what you owe them, or part of that 1/5, they might just stop delivering oil altogether. And this is actually what happened now. Iranian stopped delivering oil, so all the oil that was used as a stopgap now is disappeared. We are about to enter winter. I remember instances of infants dying of cold, being found in the morning in the wee hour, wrapped in the blanket because there was no mazout, no fuel to operate the generator, and so there was to the extent we're talking about infants, newborn infant, living in the mountain villages. Some of them, actually found their demise in that situation. So we can expect this to happen again this year, I'm sure. I mean, in the wake of the stoppage, the interruption of oil delivery, Iraq also stopped delivering oil. So this is where we're at right now. The Americans are hanging on the oil field, I guess, probably as a means to control, I guess, the new masters in Damascus.
It seems, Arnaud, that the U.S. doesn't appear to have any intention of relinquishing the territory it has taken away from Syria, and I don't believe Israel has any intention of giving back the Golan Heights or Mount Hermon, now any of the new territory it has taken from Syria, and I believe that Turkey has no intention of returning the pieces of northern Syria that it has taken under illegal military occupation as well. And to add to that, Arnaud, Turkey has very overt political designs to take over Aleppo, Syria's second largest city and its former industrial base, which Turkey helped to dismantle with ISIS in after the emergence of, or around 2013, 14, 15. They tore apart their industrial sector in Aleppo and shipped all the machinery to Turkey, where it was stripped for spare parts and whatnot. So they basically wiped out Syria as a manufacturing powerhouse in the Middle East. That was also part of strangling and asphyxiating the country. So Syria is effectively already balkanized. Plus, you have the Christian and Alawite minorities along the coast in Latakia and Tartus as well. They've been sort of isolated and set upon by the sectarian militants from Damascus, the bearded HTS militants, calling themselves now the Syrian government forces. So the country's already balkanized. The country is without resources and fuel. its currency is in full hyperinflationary collapse. The new Jolani Al Qaeda terrorist-led government is having trouble governing. Surprise, surprise, as if should be a surprise to anybody. The business of governing is much more complex than just carrying a rifle and having a black bandana around your forehead and marauding through the streets and doing as you wish by holding people at gunpoint. I mean, that's not the business of governing. So it seems to me, Arnaud, that all those external foreign powers have no intention of relinquishing what they've taken. The country is balkanized. Are these not in sectarian strife and battles between Christians and Sunni Muslim HTS militants and so forth, and Alawites being persecuted? Do we not have the perfect conditions for a bloodbath, for a bloody civil war? And looking at the conditions, is this not by design? This looks like this is the intention, that the external powers would like to see HTS fall, but not before a bloody civil war that would formally balkanize Syria, reducing it to a dysfunctional, bankrupt rump state with tons of foreign forces, much not unlike Lebanon was after a decade of civil war. I mean, am I getting too far ahead of myself here, Arnaud? How do you see this playing out?
Well, we've seen what happened in Iraq after the toppling of the regime there. We saw it started with the blowing up of the dome, this Shia dome in 2006, and that marked the beginning of a sectarian war there. And Iraq, we had the surge. Remember the surge? Then we had then ISIS basically was incubating in the U.S. bases there, and it was unleashed in the early 2000 teens, and by 2014 it was threatening Baghdad. And it really took Grand Ayatollah al-Sistani's effort to cobble together this somewhat assembling of tribes under the umbrella of the Ashid, which is now an official branch of Iraqi government, by the way.
The PMUs, the People's Mobilization Units, the Hashd al-Shabi. Right. Yeah, they've been integrated under the Department of Defense, but a lot of pressure from the U.S. to dismantle. At the moment when ISIS is just being unleashed again, right?
Yes. So this is it's a deja vu all over again. Huh? But it's Iraq. I mean, recovered. I would say it took Iraq. Iraq is still barely recovering from 20 years of strife, to be sure. They even have Iraqi Kurdistan that's somewhat dances to its own tune. I mean, they haven't outright declared independence, but I remember in 2022 there was a tug of war with central authority in Baghdad on over the oil field in Kirkuk, and the Kurdish autonomous region were somewhat alluding that this oil belonged to them and them alone, to which the Iraqi Constitutional Court said no, it belongs to the whole Iraqi people. So this is where we're at now. Every time there's a regime change operation, the country is basically thrown into chronic chaos, what some in Washington would call constructive destruction. And that's exactly what the Yinon plan, called for. A series of balkanized mini-state drawn alongside confessional lines, which are then easy to lean on depending on the priorities of the day. You can lean on one at the expense of the other, and vice versa, as far as the eye can see. And that's where we're at right now, pretty much. Lebanon is a wreck. There's going to be a presidential election on January 9th. Parliamentary parliament is going to vote on the president. And it looks like the Joint Chief of Staff guy, who's Washington's candidate, obviously, that Jolani endorsed last week, Joseph Aoun, no connection to the former president, might be installed. The only guy who stands a chance against him is the Hezbollah and Amal, and probably the Free Patriotic Movement, former general and President Aoun's party candidate, Suleiman Frangier. So we're going to be most likely, yes, dealing with having a duel between these two. So, but again, Lebanon is par excellence the country that up until very recently encapsulated, crystallized the fault lines alongside foreign influence, defining itself by who influences the country and how this reflects into the political scene. And in Iraq, we've seen somewhat of the same thing, because the Iranians were, backing some factions. The Saudis were backing Muqtada al-Sadr. The Americans fell out of favor with their former allies, the Dawa Party, who had been in exile since its foundation in 1957, which in the wake of the US invasion provided Iraq with 3 straight prime ministers, including Maliki, I forgot their name, all of them, but one of them was Maliki, who was, I remember well because he was in charge during the Saddam trial. And he fell out of favor when he backed up the Hashir Chaabi in 2014. So America basically said, you're not on our list anymore. You have to go. At the same time, Maliki is a big Iraqi nationalist. So the idea that he would be of the Shia faith by no means lines him up along with Iran. That would be a misconception to think like that. The Iraqis are Arabs, first and foremost. They're not Farsis. And so, yes, we have this kind of unstable situation, and we saw it during the parliamentary election in Iraq in 2021. There was no clear-cut outright majority. So we have those kind of blocks checking each other. And as for Syria, we might see ingredients of those 2 case scenarios meshed one into the other, but on a much smaller scale, kind of a ROM state, as you mentioned. I think that's an appropriate term, a ROM state, which will be constantly connected under perfusion from the IMF, most likely, and the World Bank.
The money doesn't go very far, does it? I mean, when it's coming out of the IMF tap,
no,
it doesn't go. What you get per dollar, it's
drip. Yes,
it's nothing.
Yes.
It gets evaporated up in interest payments plus
Bakshish.
austerity. Bakshish. I mean, seriously, with this regime right now, plus austerity measures that are imposed, economic measures that stifle economic growth and might even, in terms of the instability of the Syrian currency, who knows? They're in a kind of hyper stagflationary.
Well, we might see actually. My take on it is we might see a Turkish absorption of a big chunk of Syria, introducing the Turkish lira. Yes,
Turkish lira. Okay, so those would be like the northern and parts of the country.
Well, no, even further south. I mean, if you recall Erdogan's speech, 10 days ago, he was really explicit about Athe, Aleppo, and Damascus. Damascus, to him, is the prize. He's going to be going to Damascus in a couple of weeks, fulfilling his promise of praying in the Umayyad Mosque, as he said in 2012.
That's right.
So I wouldn't be surprised that all this area of Syria, but for the coastal area and the Kurdish held area and the Israeli, all this kind of triangle, inverted triangle uh, at the heart of Syria will be absorbed by Turkey. Because Turkey cannot afford to have a basket case of a state south of its border.
Yeah, not
So it
only
has,
that, but the demand for Turkish currency as an additional market will also help its domestic economy as
yes,
well. So in a way, this is kind of a micro colonial game that's often been played by countries throughout history. Turkey is no different in this case, taking advantage
no,
of somebody else's pain and suffering. And the not so ironic reality here, Arnaud, is that Turkey is directly responsible for the destabilization and collapse of Syria as a state. They played a direct role in making that happen, and now they're going to do what maybe they've learned from the United States. Turkey wants a little bit of this action. I mean, it's worked so well for the U.S. over the years by destabilizing countries and turning them into dollar zones, basically.
sure.
Why not
It's
try it?
also it's also a way of washing the humiliation of the Sykes-Picot
Mm,
Accord of 1920, 1922,
yep.
and the fall of the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. Ankara considers those lands as historically hers,
Mm,
and in a way, uh, on the domestic front for Erdogan, it's a way to cater to the nationalists and the grey wolves and all this coalition that he basically solicited to win re-election in May 2023. So everybody is happy in a way, whether you are a nostalgic of the Ottoman tradition or pan-Turkism or pan-Turanism. This fits the bill for every agenda in play in domestic policy in Turkey, and we can expect this sequence to probably give them more appetite and start focusing now on Central Asia. But that's for a different show.
But so back to the original. So it looks like ISIS is being unleashed. That gives a new Trump administration, an excuse to up its commitment in Syria militarily, flex a bit of muscle. The fight against ISIS, everyone loves that in America. That's a win-win in terms of U.S. military intervention. The Iraqis wanted the U.S. out. That was the only unanimous thing to come out of the Iraqi parliament over the last few years is reinforcement of this idea. We don't want the Americans there. This will basically shore up an extension of the American presence in Iraq. All of these things benefit Israel and that direct flight path to the Iranian front line, as you said, from Tel Aviv using air-to-air refueling tankers. Israel can do that itself now, having all that secure airspace. So one of the great benefits of the revolution, as they call it in Syria, the revolution has benefited Israel and the United States. So the revolution was really a product of U.S.-Israeli planning. Turkey is also a beneficiary. They played a role. It's almost as if, and this is exactly how it was described to me by a top Syrian official earlier this year, actually, that this was the breakup, the division, the destruction of Syria was a division of labor. He described it, a Syrian
That's
diplomat.
it.
So it was a division of labor. Qatar supplied the cash. Turkey provided the staging ground. Jordan provided the southern staging ground. Israel supplied the air force for Al Qaeda and for the militants. The soft power came from Britain. They supplied the media, soft power, white helmets, propaganda. The United States provided the occupation of and throttling and taking the resources away in northeastern Syria through occupation. And the Gulf states also, in their way, provided support for this project as well. So that brings us back to what happened on December 8th, Arnaud. Some people believe that, well, I think it's pretty clear Turkey lied about the Astana ceasefire, and that helped to buy time for the militants to build up their forces and the NATO to build them up in Idlib, much like the lying about the Minsk Accords, which Ukraine
Exactly.
and the French and the Germans did, provided time to build up the Nazi battalions in Ukraine and the militant nationalists to NATO standard, preparing for the coming war, which happened. And so we have that as a kind of an established fact at this point. But what about the position right now, the precarious position of Russia, of Iran? There's a lot of fingers being pointed. Assad loyalists, you could say, or saying Russia threw Syria under the bus. The Iranians betrayed the Syrians. Why didn't they fight for Syria? Why didn't they, take the lead in fighting? But it seems like during this whole time, Arnaud, there was a collapse. It seemed like this is a signal to collapse in Syrian institutions under the Assad government at the very last moment. So I take on board the economic asphyxiation, the stress that caused on all the ranks of the military, opening up to bribery and corruption from external foreign powers with cash. Everybody wants to survive. But then there's also the Arab Gulf states, Arnaud. They were making rapprochement to Damascus. Did they make promises to Bashar al-Assad that we're going to do this, we're going to reboot the economy in Syria, and just wait, give it a little bit of time, in taking his focus away, his government's focus away from fortifying the defenses, modernizing the military, and so forth, almost as if the Gulf states, Arnaud, tell me if I've got this wrong or not, but it seemed like the Gulf states were playing possibly a game of deception, the Emirates, to pull Syria away from Russia, to pull them away from Iran, and maybe fomenting a type of anti-Russian sentiment within Syria, within the ranks of institutions, and anti-Iranian as well. And this was really part, again, the division of labor continues right up to the fall of Damascus. Do you have any thoughts on this possible scenario?
Well, to be sure, I mean, to the point of rebuilding and reforming and retooling the Syrian Arab army, there was a proposal in 2018 by the Russian Federation to do just that. It would have been a 25-year program, training the officers, from top to bottom. But this required, for the Syrian government to pretty much give the keys of the kingdom to Russian companies, and they refused. Essentially, they privileged the traditional clans and tribes arrangements at the regional level. So there was no reforming, there was no retooling of the Syrian Arab army. As far as your theory on the Gulf state is concerned, well, I mean, who would have had the means to rebuild Syria? I mean, some figures have circulated that it would take up anywhere between $250 to $400 billion to rebuild Syria, which, as of the recording of this show, is a field of ruin completely. It's all flattened. So I think, except KSA and the Emirates, I don't see who else would have this financial power to do it. And so it is very likely, and let's keep in mind that no state is monolithic. There were some different factions within the Syrian state apparatus. And some people most likely were convinced that after having explored the possibilities of maybe, rebuilding using the Russians' help, finding out that, it came with too much of conditions that were too hard to swallow, that they didn't want to be absorbed by the Iranians either, because not unlike what I referred earlier in Iraq, they are Arabs. And so, that's an important ethos that one has to take into account. basically they went back to the traditional perception of, who should be the people knock on whose door to knock to get some help, keeping in mind that those people have their entries in Washington. And if we provide enough reassurances that we're not going to open a second front in the Golan, for instance,
Hmm.
and we're going to really somehow, we might play some rhetorical game on the axis of resistance, but in the end, you know, we're not like fanatics. We're not hysterical about certain perception of resistance per se. Who knows? I mean, we're talking about 13 years of grinding slowly but surely the metal of people who once upon a time those questions would not have been even mold,
Yep.
but they have families and they know that at some point the gig is going to be up. And so we can imagine how easy it is for one to, if anything, convince oneself, hearing, being dined and travel to Riyadh. Remember all this triumphant moment and this walk of Assad, long walking alone. It's triumphant until he meets MBS and they pose for the photograph, and then they go into the he reintroduces him into the Arab League,
Mm.
even though the Syrian government will tell you they never left, which is true, they never left, they were kicked out. But this was a triumphal moment. This is we're talking about we're in May 2023,
Yep.
and it looks like things might be on the up and up. Add to this, add to this, there was this talk about a possible rapprochement with Ankara or somewhat of a reconciliation. I think I wrote an article for your site back in August 2022 uh, called "The Sultan is Up to His Old Tricks," and obviously he was. But this rapprochement, this extended end, was dipped into cynicism, bearing on getting rid of those 3 to 4 million Syrian refugees, which had led to him losing major intermediary elections, inter alia, the Istanbul city, to the opposition.
Mm.
So the writing was on the wall for Erdogan, and the vibrant economy of the 2002-2010 era was gone, victim of the global slowdown of the economy uh, per se, not spared by it anyway. And so he had to somehow adjust his stance. And some people, basically were tempted to say that Assad should have shown himself to be more flexible. One can imagine that the appointment of Bashar Jafari in Moscow was laying the ground for extraordinary talks under the auspices of Moscow between Ankara and Damascus. For some reason, that never happened. I think the calculus for Assad was that if I bend my knee now, when the Turkish army is still de facto occupying Syria, I'm going to lose a lot domestically. I might be contested from within. This could be used against me, and in Syria, it's something you have to keep in mind. Also, you can't just be projecting weakness, less you are playing with fire. So we'll never know, I guess, and you know it's there's no need to cry over spilled milk in that sense, despite what some former official might be saying. It's nobody knows what it's like to be in the shoes of someone. I mean, the guy was holed up in his palace with militants about 400 meters away. We're in 2014, 2015, and he stayed there. He's someone who was not even fated to become a head of state. He
Yep.
became head of state by accident. Uh, his spouse is fighting a second bout with leukemia, another bout with cancer. This time is a very aggressive cancer. and the chances of survival are not that high.
Yep.
He might just have decided that, khalas, as we say there, enough is enough.
Or is it could it be also a case of that? And I know this is a bit of a long shot, but let's just be also realistic here, that to avoid another bloodbath. I mean, if you think about the occupation of
Certainly.
Ghouta, Kaboom, Duma, Yarmouk, all of these were taken over by militant Islamists and bogged down for years. Creating, there's warfare within Damascus for years, plus Aleppo, plus the others, plus Homs. They just didn't want to go through that again, and maybe thought if they withdraw, save the institution, save the building, save the cities, save the population, not lose 100,000 soldiers in the process.
Well, I don't think they had 100,000 soldiers left.
Because on paper mobilization was 300,000 plus, but in reality, in terms of combat ready soldiers,
that's what it is. In terms of combat readiness,
Yeah.
no. I mean, the only two formations that were ready, war experienced, was the 25th Division, led by Suel al-Hassan, commander of the Tiger Force. He was so illustrated. He illustrated himself in such a compelling fashion that the Russians actually assigned him 2 Russian bodyguards. It's the only Syrian officer to whom that happened, eliciting, by the way, a lot of envy in the rest of the staff in Syria. And the other one was the 4th Division, led the Republican Guard, led by Bashar al-Assad.
Yep.
So everybody else was just conscript people, who a lot of the generals also were sent back to their villages after years and years of military service. Politically, it was not feasible to keep those people ad vitam aeternam under the in uniform. It's not possible.
Yeah.
Which is why actually, so some would say, well, they might have thought about building trenches with dragon teeth and making it 100 feet deep and 200 wide. That would have slowed the militants maybe long enough to get those units in position and contain them slightly out of the Idlib regime. But that was never done. And don't forget also that the Emirate of Idlib received help from the Budanov, the head of intelligence of Ukraine. And they, learning on the experience of the special military operation and the introduction of drones as part and parcel of modern warfare, they trained them. They initiated the militants to this. They taught them how to build as many of them as possible. They taught them how to operate them. And I believe that some Ukrainian operatives were in Idlib at the time when the offensive was started to give him coordinates on the concentration of Syrian troops.
Yeah.
And so it was in a landscape like Syria with almost no forest, no cover. It was like a video game. I mean, they could not begin to assemble. They could not begin to put together defensive lines. They would be literally cut down to pieces by those kamikaze drones, which came at them like a...
And the electronic warfare defense was not in place. The type of thing that the Russians and the Ukrainians now have an effective stalemate in terms of technology, counter drones plus drones, and it is on the front lines a bit of a stalemate. But those aren't the conditions in Syria. So huge tactical advantage on the part of the militants. So that can't be underestimated. I mean, not that could have been overcome after a period of months with some significant reinforcements, maybe Wagner Wagner type reinforcements drafted.
Wagner is gone.
Yeah, and there is plans afoot to reinvigorate that side of things from Russia in Syria, but it just wasn't there in time. Likewise, you can't just snap your fingers and get 20,000 Hashdo Shabi to come marching over the border. I mean, that takes weeks to prepare, plus threats from Israel and from the United States that they will airstrike those convoys and regard them as terrorists. So and get away with that, of course, internationally, no problem. So the whole thing was like a perfect storm, and one has to look at it, I think, in a broad timeline. Arnaud, I think you've done well to stretch out that timeline of analysis to show the conditions which led up to that moment, and also the conditions on the day from a military tactical point of view, and disadvantage Syria had in terms of relying on conscripts, no money, no motivation, a country beleaguered by over a decade of war,
Exhausted
on many levels. So maybe to live and fight another day, because the instability of the current U.S. and Israeli and Turkish-backed terrorist government in Damascus may not hold for long, or it could descend into a bloody civil war. So, I mean, it's hard to second guess what happened. I think we need to be realistic about the machinations of the internal Syrian deep state under a Ba'athist system, under all those stresses that we've just mentioned there, is going to create lots of problems, rivalries, and maybe distrust, paranoia against Russians and Iranians as well, plus external pressure, external money and incentives from the Gulf as well. I mean, so all of this at play, it was almost, eventually they would break Syria, and they have done. And the question, Arnaud, is it going to break further? And if so, how long can the Russians hold out in an environment like that? Do you think the days are numbered for Russia's military presence there, or will they somehow transform the situation and have security guarantees with Damascus, provide support perhaps? I don't know. What do you see happening with regards to Russia, and how does this affect Russia's position vis-a-vis Ukraine right now? Go ahead.
Well, to be sure, the situation of the Syrian bases and ports are somewhat suspended, because we need to wait until there's a new government. So
Yep.
They need to organize elections first, and there has to be a legitimate process which leads, not unlike what we've seen in Iraq in March 2005, ex nihilo, out of the voting booth, there will be a parliamentary legitimacy coming out, and whoever is appointed to negotiate, to revisit this file bearing on the Russian assets, will be under tremendous pressure. I'm certain of it. But it would appear as if objectively, and this is something that the Turks, to the extent, my hypothesis that the Turks have long-term plans for this this huge chunk of Syria. They will need the Russians to provide humanitarian assistance, because the Americans sure aren't going to do it. They're just here to, help themselves with the oil. So the Russians have a role. They have a card to play as far as humanitarian assistance is concerned. They just have to somehow, not unlike most of us, have to walk on eggshell until Trump comes into office, one would say, because the Biden administration, if we go by some of the reports that were published today from Russian intelligence, there are attempts to try to create a provocation against the Russian bases, using most likely the most virulent, the most fanatic elements among the militia, the coalition of militias there. So we'll see what happens. It's kind of out in the open, but I'm thinking that somehow Russia might still be able to pull its interest and preserve its interest in Syria. It's in again the interest of the Turks, the interest of Jolani. Now the question is, who is Jolani? That's an interesting thing. There was a psychological profile made of it, and the guy seems to have been going back to his days as the emir of Idlib. He was somewhat of a backstabber. I mean, he maneuvered. He knows how to deal with extremely complicated situation under pressure. So he's not going to crack. That much is certain. But it's one thing to do it at the scale of Idlib. It's another thing altogether to duplicate what is done there at the level of the entire country, or quasi the entire country. The Turks might think that they control him, but to the extent the Israeli American, want to somehow pull the rug from Turkey, and not have Turkey have all of its cake and eat it too, they might either threaten or entice Jolani that they will cover for him, if he somehow does things his own way. And so that's exactly the environment that Jolani has been used to deal with, and with certain success, I must say. We obviously have seen that he's someone who is able to retool and rebrand himself. He's a chameleon. Like all sociopaths, he's a very cynical man, and there was an interesting scene actually yesterday. He was receiving the head of Iraqi intelligence, and you could see the cross of his revolver popping out of his, underneath his jacket, because you know that in Iraq he's wanted for murdering Iraqis back in the days when he was in Al Qaeda operatives.
Yeah, he's a killer.
He is a killer.
He's a murderer, a killer, a wanted terrorist, who's being feted by the Americans, the British, and other,
I know,
and the EU.
but
I think what's her name?
Callas.
Callas.
Yes.
Kaya Kallas, the
Yes.
former Estonian prime minister, who's now somehow head of the European Union's foreign policy division, with no experience at all, of course, and she's desperate to court the new Al Qaeda led regime in Damascus. I mean, they're all falling over each other to get photo ops with. He's almost got the Zelensky sort of celebrity power for the moment. I mean, it's not going to last that long, but it to me, I'm not surprised by this, because it's just the behavior of the new Western, technocrat. It's they have to get that photo op and show solidarity with the latest champion of democracy, which at the moment is Syria. It's a joke, but this is.
Well, keep in mind that I don't think the Brits, American, and Israeli, as we mentioned earlier, see any interest in a stabilization of Syria,
Right,
which would be the interest of Turkey.
because if they did, wouldn't you see pallets of shrink-wrapped dollars arriving by C-130 in Damascus, as we saw when it was time to try to stabilize Iraq? They flooded it with dollars. We're not seeing that here, Arnaud, are we? Quite the opposite, in fact. We're seeing the stoking of sectarian tension. We're seeing the unleashing of ISIS. We're seeing the throwing the Kurds under the bus again, which the U.S. do periodically.
It's interesting that the Shia in Syria have this eschatology about what they call the Sufyani. Al-Sufyani is this kind of boogeyman at the end time, and he comes with his black banners. So we can almost conceive that this goes way back in the strategist chambers in DC and London, where they actually put this play. It's a super production, and they've got the actors, they have the outfits, they have the stage is set, and there's two Sufyanis. So to the extent they're laying now the ground for sectarian strife, they may very well be laying the stage for the removing of Jolani at some point by something infinitely worse.
Yeah, I think so.
And this will prevent any kind of Turkish stabilization of Syria or what's left of it.
Yeah, something worse.
Something worse, if it's possible.
Yeah, I think it is possible. We have seen that before. Certainly that could happen here. And again, that's, we won't know until Trump comes into power what type of stability or frozen aspect this might take over in terms another round of strategy or diplomacy.
But those people play the long game all the time. So 4 years of Trump, for them, they can wait. We can have Jolani for 4 years. It's nothing.
Yeah.
It's a drop of water.
Yeah,
And
we can have
then,
a civil war for 4 years.
yeah,
And
just low level.
yeah, low level, low intensity civil war in different pockets. Let that bleed out.
This is what happened in Iraq. Remember, they had actually this kind of low level between, remnants of the regime, as they used to say, and Al Qaeda types.
Yep.
And then they unrolled ISIS in 2011.
Yeah, and then ISIS formally came out of the closet in June 2014, and that's when the explosion kind of happened. But so we could see another that type of a theatrical release, if you will, of either a re-release of ISIS or even something else, or a different type of threat, for the West and for the region.
In our old camp near Asake, it's a refugee camp, it's almost like a transgenerational incubator of ISIS. You got those who were captured in anywhere between 2013, 14, 15 and on. And now that you got their kids who are already, in 10, 12, and are completely indoctrinated with this. And you got about 50 or 75,000 of them there.
So you just need to wait 5 years until they get to be 18, 19.
That's right. And then you'll have about 100,000 plus hardcore, having lived in wretched conditions. You have all the ingredients of some pretty sociopathic people here that just being unleashed onto the region.
Yeah, and I saw that when I was at a green bus exchange in Al-War of Homs, when the last militants were shipped to Idlib armed, and I saw 3 generations of jihad, you could say, but that's not really a good word to use. 3 generations of militant Islamist militant fighters, or what they call rebels. But we know the word rebel, it's much more elastic when it comes to Syria, because the West have always had an interest in backing Muslim Brotherhood factions, right back through the reign of Hafiz al-Assad, the infamous Hama massacre in 1982. It's portrayed in Western lore and in kind of Arab Spring lore as this unprovoked, just mad act of aggression by the Syrian government. But the reality was something else. This was an international, foreign-backed insurgent movement designed to destabilize Syria from within. There's no doubt about that. We even have admissions in cables that have been leaked or declassified from the U.S. side to show that this was definitely within the U.S. interest at the time. So I mean, but that forms the narrative for resistance, intergenerational resistance in Syria, and likewise we'll have other narratives that will come out of what could be another Lebanon-style civil war, which was anything but civil and certainly not contained to Lebanese internal politics or interest. That could happen again in Syria. I mean, this really does blow up the region, Arnaud, in a way that even Iraq didn't, because of the pivot point that Syria represents. But it was stable for so long. It was a secular state. It was a federation of sorts, but still secular. Now you have a breeding ground for extremist, fanatical, religious-based terrorism. this is the nightmare, the sum of all fears, and it wouldn't be difficult for this to spread to so any quote terrorist events that we see manifesting in Europe, in Russia's got to be concerned about this as well, going forward.
Sure.
And in the Middle East as well, because let's not forget, it was the worst sectarian violence occurred in Syria and Iraq during this ISIS period, the ISIS heyday, and even before that in Iraq. So I mean, it's the conditions are now ripe for a lot.
Blowback is going to be terrible, not just in the Central Asian region, but also in Europe, obviously. So it's going to be this kind of mad dog that's going to be unleashed, to advance the same people's geostrategic interest. So yeah, it's a tragedy, and I don't think the region is going to be recovering for probably a generation. Unfortunately, this is something that's going to probably hollow out. For those who can leave the region, they will leave the region, because who wants to raise a family in such an environment? So it's going to be a brain drain. It's going to be some kind of a regression. It will take most likely decades. And you have those different theaters who are conflating with each other, so they create a new dialectical process. It's not just kind of like an addition of separate parts. It creates an entity that is the sum of all those parts, whether it's Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and it's a disaster. But again, if you look at the logic behind the ODED plan, the ODED plan, it's perfectly logical. It's exactly what was envisioned, and it lays the ground now to confront Iran head on. And
Also,
this will be actually,
yeah, go ahead.
This will be actually interesting to see what happens as far as the Trump incoming administration is concerned, because I know that Trump, boasts a lot. He has this part of his own style, rhetorical style. But JD Vance seems to be a lot more serious about, hitting Iran, hitting it hard, as he said when interviewed on the issue.
Yep.
So
that remains to be seen. The aggression, certainly when we want to read U.S. foreign policy in the region, we have to read Netanyahu and what Israel wants. Israel will get from the United States. And so if we look at what Israel's strategic desires are, objectives are, then the U.S. will help provide those. That's how we translate U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. So
Israel will want to have the U.S. present and even in more larger numbers as much as possible. So creating the condition of objective chaos in a region is the perfect way to get the U.S. to increase its footprint. And then you can, if you're Tel Aviv, you can then, basically direct the next stage of operation, keeping in mind that, they're already here, the fleet is already there. CENTCOM has already got an office in Tel Aviv. NATO has an office in Amman, Jordan. So the time is right. The time is right for taking on Iran, which is, again, and don't forget, Iran is one side of the Primakov triangle, which is the fundamental architecture of the emerging BRICS order. If you remove Iran, which is the energetic supply node to China, then China cannot function anymore. All the well-led plans of developing infrastructure for this revamped version of One Belt, One Road is pretty much over and done with. So Iran, not only as far as the regional establishing regional hegemony and supremacy for Israel, but also in thus far as preventing BRICS from even getting off the ground, has got to be disposed of. It fits perfectly in that sense.
So yeah, let's look ahead to the Belt and Road, to the development of BRICS, and look at these events in Syria and how disruptive that they will be for those type of initiatives, plus all the different corridors being proposed by competing factions and coalitions.
North-South with Russia.
Yep.
25-year deal signed between Tehran and Beijing in 2021 to supply China with all the energy it needs in exchange for finished goods, which somehow alleviate the embargo on Iran.
Yep.
So
Turkish-Iraqi joint project for inland corridor from the Gulf to Turkey to Europe to bypass Bab el-Mandeb. There's tons of these different pipelines as well, infrastructure, railroad projects, all of these things. So all of this stuff is up for grabs, but all of these things require something, Arnaud. They require stability. Stability to construct and to direct foreign investment will only come if there's going to be an ROI, a return on investment. And who is going to put money into an unstable situation? And so all of these things remain on hold, but the interests are there. There's different constellations of interest, from the Middle East, from the US to Russian, Iranian, different combinations. Turkey wants to be a regional hub of energy transit and collect all the fees from transit. So everybody has their vision of the new Middle East. But it seems like, Arnaud, that the constant conflict of these competing interests will mire the region in instability and dysfunctionality for perhaps longer, as if they haven't suffered enough. Maybe it's not done yet by the looks of it. So that's something that we could get into certainly for another discussion. I would like to have that discussion with you at a later date, especially about what all these competing projects are and what the ramifications are. But we got a couple of minutes left, and I really want to get your opinion on Russia and Ukraine. Trump's coming in. There's an opportunity to freeze the conflict, negotiate some kind of a settlement. Is this possible? If so, how long will it take?
Okay, so let's look at what we know. There was a press conference by Sergei Lavrov a couple of days ago, which pretty much summed up where we are in as far as the Russian perception of events. They are trying to share everybody's enthusiasm about the change in the White House and this idea that, as has been repeated by Trump himself, the violence must end. The problem is the perception of the conflict as it exists from the American side. We can expect that the Special Envoy Kellogg is probably going to be first visiting Moscow and field the situation from the Russians' perspective and compile a report. And will that report inform Trump as to what he needs to know before he comes up with some kind of suggestions? I don't know. I mean, I've read some background on this Kellogg guy. He doesn't seem to be the sharpest tool in the shed. He sounds like one of those
marginally sharper than General Jack Keane, but not much.
Okay, well, so starting from really down low here. This is obviously we're not going to, from Moscow's perspective, settle for Minsk III. We are perfectly cognizant of what happened in Syria with the Idlib freeze.
Yep.
And so if somehow they are lured into allowing some kind of situation where, okay, the 4 regions are yours. They will be recognized and integrated in all international treaties to reflect your new borders. But we're going to somehow do a retool, a rebranding of our guy, So Zelensky has to go. He's worn out. He's welcome. But what guarantee do we have that you're not going to put a new iteration of the same ideology in Kiev, who, when the moment comes, will do at least as much, if not worse, than what Zelensky has done? Then we have this issue of interposition forces, European peacekeeping forces. Macron was in Poland a few days back trying to sell this to the Poles, who somehow turned it down. The Poles are smelling that they don't want to have, they don't want to hear anything about this. But the idea is to put 100,000 European troops from about 5 countries, I guess on the opposite side of a DMZ. Yep. So that means that the conditions next time around will be not the Ukrainians to the last Ukrainians, but to the last Europeans. And since most of them are all members of NATO, they won't even need to have the discussion of what will be left of Ukraine, the rump Ukraine, to become a NATO member, since the most likely a trigger of the next conflict will be a false flag on those peacekeepers who are all members of NATO. So this cannot work out like this. I don't know what's going to happen, but again, you have to be able to win the peace. And to win the peace, you have to refuse to be lured into the easy way out. Politically, on the domestic front, my take is that people understand the stakes, and they are confident that, and if it needs to be seen through its logical end, then militarily, they should go all the way and do and accomplish the aims that they've given for themselves. Because the moment they succumb to the sirens of the West, yeah, we're pals again, we'll lift the sanctions, you can reintegrate your Olympic Games and the Grand Slam tennis finals, and it's over. I mean, that's how they do it.
Eurovision Song Contest, you're welcome back into the
right.
The
all this nonsense.
Israel out, Russia in. So
that's right. Yeah.
So and by that token, Arnaud, Russia's made it pretty clear that they don't trust almost any agreement inked by any U.S. administration, and see it potentially as being undone in 4 years when the next incoming administration arrives. So it's like the U.S. has kind of lost credibility as an international guarantor or negotiator for anything serious because of their unreliability and basically destroying the JCPOA, the anti-ballistic missile treaty, the INF treaty, all of these agreements they've just basically either walked away from or thrown a hand grenade into. So there's no incentive for Russia there. But I think the key is what you said, Arnaud. It's the domestic political front of Ukraine. So we have this character here, who's almost become a bit of a vaudeville act internationally. He's got a green jumper on saying, "I'm Ukrainian" here. So he's taken the role on. Can you believe this guy? Can you believe he's really taken this acting role on, and he's internalized it, and he's become the character. He has become the character. But the problem is, Arnaud, he's a dictator right now. He suspended elections until further notice, until he beats the Russians, which may never happen. So you either got a president for life, or he's going to bleed the country dry before fleeing by private jet to Switzerland or something. Or London. So that leaves us the question, do you think there's going to be political, some kind of elections in Ukraine in the near future? And if so, well, there is somebody who's emerged. I want to throw this to you. I'll throw you a piece of a clip here, Arnaud. This is Alexei Arestovich, who has Many people aren't aware he's been decamped in the United States. Zelensky's put criminal charges against him for 3 cases, so he can't go back to Ukraine. He's viewed by some as the potential #1 rival politically to Zelensky. And he just did a podcast with Patrick Bet-David, which was quite revealing. Here's just a real clip from this, and let's talk about this type of character in the setup in Ukraine. Listen to this.
You go out there and you talk like this. You think they're going to let somebody like you win?
I think I will win.
Really?
Yes.
Really? Who do you trust more, Zelensky or Putin?
Putin.
You trust Putin more. Why is that?
Because the enemy is a better teacher.
So fair play to Pat Bet-David. I've been a big critic of some of his geopolitical dalliances, but he's doing his homework and he's working on it. So he's done a great job there to get Arestovich. So Arestovich is basically positioning himself as a potential negotiation partner with Russia, saying he wants a neutral Ukraine. And he is going to win over the Ukrainian population, or what's left of it, with this position. He wants to be neutral and have good relations with the West and Russia. I mean, didn't Yanukovych try this before, Arnaud? But maybe he's got a better chance of making this work now after everyone's seen the horrors of war. And Arestovich himself has been on the front line, so he's no stranger to the conflict. He himself he graduated with Zelensky, same year, I think. From the
he was an advisor to Zelensky.
Yes, former advisor.
He was in the first circle.
Yep.
They had a falling out in 2022, shortly after the start of the STO. So, and then he started making those podcasts where he would basically take the exact opposite stance from what Zelensky was doing, becoming increasingly a thorn in his side. But to me, it doesn't really matter, because we know ultimately that discussions bearing on the resolution of the conflict are to be taking place between Moscow and Washington. So whoever puppet they installed in Kiev will be for cosmetic purposes. I think at this point, Zelensky, first of all, the guy is illegitimate because he did not present himself to the voters last May when his term as president expired. So technically, he should be handing over power to the president of the parliament there. And so, he's just completely illegitimate. And I think he's completely, let's put it this way, it's an understatement. War out is welcome. I mean, he will go down in history as the infamous narco Führer who basically sacrificed his own people to get himself a real estate portfolio. That's pretty much, sums up the character in a nutshell. So, but what's left to say? I mean, to the extent Arestovich is cut from the same cloth, he will say whatever his masters want him to say. And don't forget about Zaluzhny, the former supreme commander of the armed forces, who's right now is serving as Ukrainian UK ambassador, but who's likely to try to make a comeback. And,
so the British have given him. He's basically a brawler. They've given him a facelift. They've thrown a suit on him, a Savile Row suit. He looks great. They've cleaned him up. He's starting to slightly more erudite. So let's be honest, Arnaud. Whoever comes after Zelensky has to have the support of the military in Ukraine. So Zaluzhny ticks that box. Arestovich also ticks that box. So you have 2 legitimate, viable competitors to assume power. Now, if it was by coup, it would have to be Zaluzhny would probably be a more successful, a Western-backed military coup, which would be a good transition for the American and the British, let's be honest. But it would provide them with a softer launching pad to some kind of negotiations with Russia. Zelensky, it's not going to happen, obviously. So, but also we know it's not going to happen, Arnaud, because Putin said that he's not going to have any serious negotiations with Zelensky until elections. If he's reelected, then he'll negotiate.
Held, yes.
So we know Zelensky's not going to get reelected. I mean, the chances of that are slim and none. So there's not going to be a negotiated. So Trump's coming in saying he's going to end this, he's going to sort it all out in 24 hours. That's not going to happen, Arnaud.
It's a non-starter. Yeah.
Go ahead. What are your thoughts? Final thoughts, and we'll wrap this up. But I think it looks to me like Trump's not going to be able to perform that 24-hour miracle. Go ahead, Arnaud.
Well, as you say, I mean, it's not just the 23 days until Trump takes office. It's going to be also the time required to get a legitimate Ukrainian head of state to sign the papers. So this could take 3 to 4 months. So we could be looking at April or May, maybe elections in May or June. And so starting negotiation, de facto negotiation in next summer. That gives Russia plenty of time to fulfill its military objectives and completely change the configuration of what it is we're talking about by the time a ceasefire is called for and negotiation begin in earnest. And Russia is perfectly aware of that. That's why they are not falling into the trap of saying, yeah, sure, violence should cease. Enough blood has been shed. No. What we keep hearing from the top leadership in Moscow is the military operation will proceed apace and its objective will be met. That's very clear.
Yeah. So that Russia will no doubt use this interim period to perhaps improve its security position vis-a-vis Odessa, Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk, for example. So I mean that's bound to happen. I really don't think that they have thought this out yet at the Trump camp. I think they're a little bit behind on this, and they're getting pushed further behind by the Biden administration, who have been clearly encouraging Zelensky to attack targets in Russia, even hitting Kazan. I mean, well deep into Russian territory. I mean, that's just going to further, I think, push the Russians to see this as a security imperative, and any negotiations with the U.S. or with Kiev are going to either include security guarantees, or the Russians are going to take those security guarantees themselves unilaterally, and I think that's where I think they'll be able to actually catch Trump on the back foot on this as he comes in. I really do. I don't think it's going to be very successful initially. I think the Trump administration's probably, Arnaud, in my opinion, going to have to do a lot of fancy maneuvering to get to a position of credibility to somehow be able to be perceived as leading some kind of negotiations in the spring or something. But again, that can't be until after elections in Ukraine. So
I would say summertime.
Yeah. So I mean, that's an eternity in politics.
Yes, but look at it this way. That justifies the deep state, U.S. deep states, to keep to stay the course as far as providing funding and arms to Ukraine, because until a ceasefire is called for, they can't just unilaterally stop supporting Ukraine. So they've got at least 6 months of gravy trying to go, at least. So it's all good. Yes.
Yeah, and provocations and military skirmishes and who knows.
But they'll get the Europeans to pay. Under Trump, that will be the Trump Dutch. Trump will get. He's gonna ride the European hard.
Yeah,
and that's going to exacerbate division within NATO. So in the grander scheme of things, this might lead to interesting development.
I'd say so. I'd say those divisions in NATO are already appearing. Central Europe is breaking off. Hungary, Slovakia, Poland is wavering in a public polling level. I mean, the Polish people are not supporting the war in Ukraine at all. Germany is just had a vote of no confidence in the Schultz government. They're not exactly in a strong position on all this. So yeah,
with an election coming up in February, so that would be interesting to see what comes out of this.
correct.
I mean, we have the head of the AfD saying she wants to leave Europe. So it's not just NATO. We want to leave Europe.
And they're not going to support the AfD on the Ukraine is very clear, their position. It's very clear. So, and France isn't exactly a bastion of stability, are they? Politically, with its
but the difference,
zombie government.
Yes, exactly. But just this might be the prelude to the invocation by Macron of Article 16 of the Constitution, because he wants to remain in charge. He considers that he doesn't really care what the French public thinks of him. And he has to basically bring France into under the complete European orbit. So that means to precipitate financial collapse.
Right.
And so if somehow he feels that there is resistance to this plan of liquidating France, because that's what he is, he was selected as a liquidator, he may have to resort to some kind of war path, this is where it gets dangerous, because I don't think Macron really understands where this may take him. But the psychological profile of Macron is that this guy is cynicism beyond all imagination. He will do whatever he needs to do to remain in position to finish the job for which he was selected. And so he will invoke Article 16 and rule by decree, and elections will be suspended because we are at war. And what people should do is rally behind the president in times of war. But if he finds himself isolated in Europe, that's going to be difficult to sell to the French public.
Yeah.
So
Yep. And it's that peacekeeper troop deployment as part of the scenario to make that sort of happen. So a lot of this is the house of cards that could collapse at any gust of wind, could blow it over at any moment.
Right now, the closest ally to Macron, in as far as the current template, the one template we've been exposed to the last 3 years, is Keir Starmer. Well, I have no word for Keir Starmer, but he's inconsequential. But he also he's been in office not even 8 months, and he's already under so much criticism, so much pressure. But he's got what, 3-4 years to go. So
yeah. He's presiding over a party that expelled all of the leftists. So Labour is now devoid of any leftists. So Starmer's appeal is to really the establishment, to the City of London, maybe, and to I don't know, a deep state and intelligence services, but not to the people. And that's that Macron, same problem, same situation.
So he and Macron have the same predicament, and that's no coincidence when we see how on November 6th, the day after Trump's election, they immediately got to work in trying to convince the Biden administration to authorize the use of long-range ATACMS missiles.
Yeah.
So those two are going to be, you have to keep an eye on those two.
Yeah, the Storm Shadow, Scalp, French, Anglo-French joint venture there, corporate venture. So I mean, they're up to their necks in terms of the provocations in Ukraine. So the U.S., the British, and the French, that's the real troika, if you will, for any potential conflict escalation with Russia. Has to happen with them. Also, UN Security Council members, also nuclear powers as well. So here we go. The table is set. So we'll see if they go for the meal or not. But definitely the table is set. Arnaud Develay, really enjoyed this conversation. Obviously, this is a great opportunity to get such wonderful background on Syria, on Middle Eastern politics, and also ending off here with Ukraine and Russia. I feel like we're probably going to have to continue this conversation at a future date. I hope you can join us again. This has been an absolutely wonderful discussion. Thank you so much for coming on the Sunday Wire this week.
My pleasure, Patrick.
There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. That is Arnaud Develay. He is an author. And we'll also put the links to his book, Foreign Entanglements, in the show description as well. So for the moment, what we'll do now is we're going to take a break here with the Sunday Wire, and we'll be back in just a few moments. What we're going to do is a segment of Overdrive. I'm going to invite Hesher, host of the Boiler Room from Alternate Current Radio Network, and we're going to there's a controversy that's blown up in the last couple of days. It's with the tech bros, Elon Musk, Ramaswamy, butting heads with the MAGA right over this issue of foreign visas for tech workers from India, etc. So this kind of thing is coming apart at the seams, but there's some truths that have been revealed amongst this controversy. So we're going to be able to unpack that with Hesher in the Overdrive segment. So we'll take a break right now. I'm Patrick Henningsen, your host. Stay with us. Here's some music from our friend Joseph Arthur. We'll be right back.
Gratitude, the antidote. The world is built on fear. The evil world we live in wants our soul to disappear. But gratitude, salvation, and never ending light that transcends all the darkness trying to hold us to the night. Thoughts say what is missing, thank you says what's here. Thoughts keep us unconscious, thank you makes it clear. Back into the moment, the vast eternal now, where God is always with us and holy like a cow, like a sunrise or a child or a garden full of roses. The mind misses the magic and considers all the poses. Why our thoughts against us, principalities are there, whispering indifference on foundations of despair. So thank you is my mantra, mantra. Na 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 na. Thank you is my mantra, mantra. Who set up this funhouse, this journey for our soul, where most never make it and lose all their control? How do we get back any sovereignty from the lies of demons that we pretend to be? Thank you is a pass to a place outside of hell. Gratitude and presence will lift us where we fell, but we have to make a practice to come back into now, in the garden of our gratitude, and push that ancient plow. I don't know the reason we are in a holy war, how we ever come back to who we were before. Did it start in Eden with an apple and a snake? Since then, have we been falling with this battle as our fate? So thank you is my mantra, mantra. Na 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 na. Thank you is my mantra, mantra. The world will light us, and so will our minds, so will our minds. Whatever is the reason, this is where we are. The light and the darkness are aiming for our heart. The light wants us present in the clutch of gratitude. The darkness wants us scattered with an evil attitude. And we look at the thinking that justifies the course. We see it's thought itself that brings on the divorce. From the Holy Spirit, from revelations bloom, from the love of God to the darkness of the tomb. Voices of all demons we identify as us, and then we follow lies, the wrong voices that we trust. Take us to destruction, take us to despair, when the gift of God himself has always just been here. So thank you is my mantra, mantra. Na 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 na. Thank you is my mantra, mantra. Thank you is my mantra, mantra. Na 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 na. Thank you is my mantra, mantra.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final segment of Overdrive. I'm your host, Patrick Henningsen. This is the Sunday Wire, episode 529 of this weekly program. Again, we're streaming out live on X, on Rumble, also on YouTube, Facebook, BitChute, and that's all for now, I think, for live streams. But great discussion before the break with author and political consultant Arnaud Develay about the complexities of the situation in Syria, unpacking all that, the collapse of the Syrian State, how it came to pass. It's much more complex and nuanced than a lot of people can possibly imagine, and we're fortunate to be able to speak to people who have a really good ear on the inside of things that are happening in Moscow, also in Damascus. Arnaud has been a great resource in that respect, so we really appreciate him, and also telling us about what to expect in Kiev. With Trump coming in, there's not going to be a negotiated settlement. It's not going to be a Trump waving his magic MAGA wand and ending it all in 24 hours. It's not going to happen. Not with Zelensky in power in Kiev. He's already suspended any democratic processes or elections. And if they do have elections, Zelensky, A, won't be the front runner. B, might not even run. He'll be basically fleeing the country at that point. It's going to be Zelensky or Restovich, maybe another person in the mix. Who knows what'll come? But Zelensky's political future is, I don't think it's tenable at this point. It's an understatement. Anyway, great to have that discussion, Arnaud. Really great interview. We're gonna talk about the domestic front in this final segment of Overdrive, and this controversial story has emerged about tech bros versus MAGA, this kind of internal internecine civil war erupting, at least on the social media airwaves over the weekend and during the week regarding comments about the H-1B visas and immigration. And it's pitted MAGA against Elon and Vivek and the tech bros. I'm going to try to unpack this. Let me bring on to the stage host of the Boiler Room on Alternate Current Radio, former TNT radio host as well, Bryan McClain, aka Hesher. How you doing? Merry Christmas, by the way.
Merry Christmas, Patrick. Great to be here with you on the Sunday Wire. Is this the last one of the year, or do we get one more out of the year? This is it, right?
This is it. This is
all right.
So it'll be New Year's in not too long, a day or two. So this is it for this edition. So but 2024 coming to a thundering close, and a lot of stuff we could talk about. The one big story, though, that looks like it's extremely interesting and raises a lot of, let's say, possibly uncomfortable realizations and truths is MAGA versus the tech bros. This civil war has fired up over the last couple of days here. This is the MAGA base, and apparently at odds with Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance, what they call the tech bros. This is the tech billionaire class who have propped up and bolstered Trump during this election cycle, thrown their money, their support, their enthusiasm, everything possible to help get Donald back in the White House. They succeeded, but then something has happened here, Hesher. We'll go to a tweet here by the notorious Laura Loomer herself, a strange, aka Larry Loomer, but here's Laura Loomer, and what they're saying here. The elephant in the room is that Elon Musk, who is not MAGA and has never been, is a total effing drag on the Trump transition at Real Donald Trump. He's a stage 5 clinger who overstayed his welcome at Mar-a-Lago in an effort to become Trump's side piece and to be the point man for all his accomplices in big tech to slither into Mar-a-Lago. And she goes on there. I mean, for Laura Loomer to be calling anyone a stage 5 clinger trying to get into Mar-a-Lago, I mean, that's a bit rich. Coming from her of all people. But then again, so here's Elon's response. Speaking of a bit rich, this is what Elon had to say. And I added my quote tweet to this. Elon saying, at risk of starting the obvious, there are many attention-seeking trolls on all social media platforms trying to yank your chain. They win if you respond. I mean, I'm saying that's a bit rich, no pun intended, coming from Elon, who is the ultimate attention seeker on social media. I mean, he's the king of the throwaway comment, trying to be relevant on every single conceivable issue. And because because Elon Hesher has the power to slip himself into your news feed. Like, I don't even know if I follow Elon, but I get all of his tweets at the top of my feed, whether I'm looking at him or not. And I think that's pretty much everybody. So that's like how he has unlimited amounts of millions and millions of followers and views, because he makes sure that everybody on the platform reads him. So, of course, freedom of speech and freedom of reach. He's got more than just freedom of reach. Meanwhile, myself and others are totally demonetized on this free speech platform for some unknown reason. We don't know why. Maybe it's our criticism of Elon, perhaps, or Israel or something. I'm not sure. I'm still trying to work it out. But what do you think about this? I mean, this is an interesting development. So it's over this high-skilled worker, I think H-1B visa immigration issue, Hesher. And so the MAGA base is anti-immigration, full stop, deport everybody, send them home. And the tech bros are saying, no, we need all those people from India to keep Silicon Valley viable, because without high-skilled Indian labor, Silicon Valley would just collapse, according to the tech bros. And so what are they saying here? That America doesn't have the skilled workforce required to fight their way into the next century and the tech revolution and the AI revolution? Have we not got the talent? Hesher, what do you make of this issue?
I mean, maybe we don't. Maybe we don't have the talent at the same cost, right? The same price. Maybe that's what it is.
Oh, so that's what it's about. Does it come down to money?
Well, I mean, one of the things that Elon accomplished when purchasing Twitter and turning it into X, not only does it benefit all 38 of his businesses, or however many he's got, it makes him king of the algorithm kingdom, if you will, or king of the algorithm ghetto, as our common friend Hrvoje Moric would say. You know what I mean? Like, he's able to do that. Could you imagine being able to insert your commentary in everybody's Twitter feed, by default? It's, that's quite the win right there. And then, of course, there's the big data win, and the sort of corralling of the political right wing into a place that's, more interesting, more engaging. It's taken that whole like thing that used to be encapsulated in these very small little enclaves, like they used to call it. Remember when there used to be an alt-right? Well, the alt-right is no more. That was branding only for the early era of Trump, right? They made a mini snacky poos out of the alt-right, and then Elon came in. We had the Twitter files dump. Everything we had been saying and supposing for years about the way social media was working became fact. Everything that we had talked about, Hamilton 68, Vault 7, every single troll farm, the NAFO trolls, the Atlantic Council and their digital forensics lab, all that stuff, the DNC, the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, all these things that have been powering the algorithm and being the arbitrators of where the ban hammer comes down and where the depersoning hammer comes down, all that stuff, the debanking, everything we've talked about, all is like, yes, okay, it's actually true. And we're just going to continue forward now. And we're about free speech. Okay, we're about free speech. And then all of a sudden we're about MAGA. We're about Trump. So you've got this like group of, this tech bros group, essentially all people that used to be Democrats, all people that used to funnel millions of dollars into the Democratic Party, all of them. And they saw this huge opportunity, I imagine. Maybe there's more than just an opportunity here. There could be some plans afoot, but the giant rebranding of populism of MAGA in Trump, 2.0. This is what we should have expected to see. I'm not surprised to see this whatsoever because, people like Elon and Vivek, they weren't saying these things before the election, but as soon as the election's over, their foot's in the door. They've got a room at Mar-a-Lago. They own Twitter, basically. Elon, their boy, Mr. Iron Man himself, he's in charge of the algorithm. And, these are, I predict we're going to see a lot of little bifurcations like this. There's going to be a fracturing within the right, and the tech bro right is only the first crack.
I think you're right. And it's not just the tech bro right, because this has also revealed something else, which is that all of the high profile people that are getting all the publicity in the Trump administration, the Trump transition, are all Democrats. All of them. Elon Musk is a Democrat. Like Joe Rogan, Democrat. Wouldn't even have Trump on his podcast because he didn't want to give him a chance to get any edge in the 2020 election. I'm throwing Rogan in there because he's kind of one of these, he's in this new class of MAGA that saw that Trump was going to win and immediately threw their support behind him to make sure that they had a seat on this this new term, this new wave. Elon's a Democrat. He's a liberal. He's not only a Democrat and a liberal, Elon is a technocrat. And let's not forget, his grandfather is the founder of the technocrat movement. And they even threw him in jail in Canada or something because of this. So he's a technocrat. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So Elon is all about technical solutions to human inconveniences. I mean, that's basically what he's about. He's about making money, and he's a great entrepreneur, no doubt about that. But is he the world's best expert on media, on free press, on all these things? Yes, he did expose the Twitter files, and we are eternally grateful for that. But he's basically saying, you are the media now. You are the media. And who's he boosting? What accounts on X is Elon retweeting? He is retweeting some of the worst fake news accounts, overblown anonymous accounts, many of them, and saying that this is the new journalism, that have been caught posting fake news time and time again. Tara Bull, what's her political background or acumen? I'm not sure. Was she a gamer? I don't know. Gamergate. Mario Nafal is like basically the Daily Mail or the son of X, tabloids news when it comes to just pumping stuff out unsourced, no links ever, and usually is wrong on a lot of important stories, but getting the most amount of impressions. Ian Miles Chong, who is, a consummate digital, I don't know how to describe him, but he's all over the place. He's in Malaysia. He's politically active in America, online. Elon boosts him. He has pushed some seriously egregious propaganda, and especially post October 7th, some of the stuff that he got caught doing was pretty bad. But these are a couple of examples of, and Tommy Robinson, that's who Elon is boosting. So you got to have questions about his politics, that he's kind of a weird kind of liberal, but still kind of extremely far right in his kind of racial views and things like that, with the white race and all this other stuff. I mean, a hugely complex character, not totally coherent. I don't think he's the best. I don't think he knows much about media, because what Elon did, and I want to get back to the subject, but he basically created an algorithm that promotes fake news on X, because he penalizes tweets that put an external link in. So all the people who have gamed the system, who I just said, and and that includes Jackson Hinkle and the Sprinter family, and all these other, they all put out JPEGs, big headlines saying breaking news, some some nondescript text, and it doesn't matter if it's true or not, unsourced. They put source Wall Street Journal or source J-Post or something like that. I mean, you can never compare the tweet with the source because they don't put the link in. So there's no way to check their work. They're saying, why don't you go look it up? So they want you to spend 30 minutes to validate one of their tweets. I mean, the system is a disaster. So as a result, Elon's pays them all out thousands of dollars a month in X monetization bonuses because of how many views they get for ad revenue. But it's now shown that the tweets that are fake news get a much higher degree of visibility and traction and go viral much faster than real news. And that's not, it doesn't take a rocket scientist, no pun intended, to figure that one out.
Yeah.
Just on the novelty factor alone. I mean, any idiot can see that, right? But the echo chamber that Elon has created by gaming this algorithm to incentivize bad behavior and fake news has created a revolution in fake news on X. Yeah. So he claims this is citizen journalism, but these are not journalists because half of them are anonymous, so they're not accountable for any of the mistakes they make. They don't get penalized on their ad revenue for it. He says, well, put a community note up. Who has time to do community notes? I mean, it's great. Some people do it, but some of the community notes are fake news.
Mm-hmm.
So they have the same problem as Wikipedia in that sense. But here's the thing. So you have Democrats, Elon Musk, mentioned Joe Rogan, Tulsi Gabbard, Democrat, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., career Democrat. Vivek Ramaswamy, I don't know what his politics were before 2 years ago because no one's ever heard of him before a couple of years ago. He just kind of appeared out of the biotech scene and was on Fox News. I think it was when he was deciding to run for president. So he could have been a Democrat the year before that. It's just I can't work that one out. But you have all these liberals, Democrats who basically repurpose themselves for a seat on Trump's aircraft. So that's where we're at. So they bought, in the case of Elon Musk, he's purchased a seat in the Trump administration by virtue of $100 million that he managed to bundle from different sources, and he himself put in a substantial amount of his own money as well into the campaign. So it's a lot of money, and so he's been given this thing called DOGE. Oh, we'll get to that in a moment because that's just another hype train. But I just feel like this reckoning that we're seeing here, Hesher, over this visa thing, it's exposed a lot of fundamental cracks that are definitely there. For instance, this is, here we go, Speak of the Devil, Ian Miles Chong. Trump gets it, Donald Trump. If you graduate from a U.S. college 2-year or 4-year or a doctoral, you should automatically get a green card to stay. So, I mean, well, let's look at this statement here. And 2 years, so a junior college. So he's equating a PhD with a junior college, JA. Are you serious? But so here's what Trump had to say on that. Let's play Trump's comment, and then then something else that'll just shock you. But here's what Trump says on this issue.
It's so sad when we lose people from Harvard, MIT, from the greatest schools and lesser schools that are phenomenal schools also. And what I wanted to do, and I would have done this, but then we had to solve the COVID problem because that came in and, sort of dominated for a little while, as you perhaps know. But what I want to do and what I will do is you graduate from a college, I think you should get automatically as part of your diploma a green card to be able to stay in this country. And that includes junior colleges too. Anybody graduates from a college, you go in there for 2 years or 4 years. If you graduate or you get a doctorate degree from a college, you should be able to stay in this country. And you know more stories than I do, but I know of stories where people graduated from a top college or from a college and they desperately wanted to stay here. They had a plan for a company, a concept, and they can't. They go back to India, they go back to China, they do the same basic company in those places, and they become multi-billionaires employing thousands and thousands of people, and it could have been done here. And a bigger example.
This is the problem I have with Trump. Does Trump really understand the issue? Because he's saying that it's the same like enrolling in De Anza College in Cupertino and like getting a 2-year degree there and then getting an automatic green card as getting a PhD from Harvard. I mean, does that take the incentive away maybe for pursuing a higher education degree? I mean, how easy would it be to game the system? That's the president of the United States saying that a JC, whatever that degree is called, which is perfectly legitimate as a stepping stone to getting a bachelor's.
Great place to start.
Yeah, fantastic. But how can you put it on the same level as a doctorate from an Ivy League school or from Stanford or something? How easy would it be to game the system if you're from any country in the world just to come and just enroll in JC, don't even show up to class, ace the exams without studying, and then boom, you got a green card. Why would you even bother? So that doesn't make any sense. But here's what Tucker said about this just a couple years ago when he was on Fox. How are they going to square this one?
The rideshare company Uber has fired more than 1,000 workers since July, mostly Americans. That's about 2% of its workforce. Meanwhile, during the same period, the federal government has approved hundreds of new H-1B visas for Uber. And that means they can replace those workers with foreign scabs who will work for less. It's like outsourcing, but even easier because Uber doesn't even have to build a new building. Now, there's nothing unusual about what Uber is doing. There's bipartisan consensus in Washington that we desperately need smart people from overseas to do the jobs that Americans are too badly educated to do. No reason to fix our schools or make sure higher education is serious and non-frivolous. We can just import people from countries that take education seriously. And that's what we do. That's why the U.S. government passes out foreign worker visas to allow corporations to replace people like you with people who live 6,000 miles away. Now, you probably haven't even heard of the F1 optional practical training program, but in just 4 years, from 2009 to 2013, that program replaced nearly 500,000 American jobs. The program allows foreign students who studied American universities to stay in the country after they graduate. In other words, we're just going to staple a green card to their diploma. You probably heard that phrase recently. And since employers who use F-1B visas are not required to pay payroll taxes, they get, in effect, a tax subsidy for hiring foreigners over U.S. citizens. How's that for America?
Whoa, that's Tucker. So, like, Tucker's totally against Trump on this, unless Tucker's going to change his position because Trump's president. But I'm kind of like, I can see where Tucker's coming from here because he's saying it's about the money. He's saying it's about, and by the way, if you look at the stats on those jobs that are advertised to foreign workers and how they're advertised to American recruits, they're paying the foreign workers from India in Silicon Valley substantially less, like 20 or 30% less in terms of the annual salary in some cases. So there's a financial incentive for them to do this, to lobby for this. This is what Mark Zuckerberg, Peter Thiel, Google want to do. They want to get more because that's going to increase the bottom line, better profits, shareholders are happy. The whole system is geared towards the economic incentive of importing foreign labor, because I know Americans who have interviewed for those jobs and have not gotten them. Okay, yeah. So and who are qualified. So it can't be because there's a shortage of skilled labor in America. I really don't believe that.
No. So it benefits everyone except Americans because there's so much subsidy going into our university and our school systems as it is. So that's loads of our tax dollars going into these systems. And now the tech bros are trying to tell us, well, these systems aren't very good. So we don't have people that are smart enough. So we should bring people from other countries into those systems that are already highly subsidized and crappy by our own admission, and then give them jobs for less wages than we would give Americans for incentive. And then we don't have to pay taxes on those profits or those employees incentive. So you see the entirety of the technocracy gaining from it. You see, as Tucker pointed out, that bipartisan push for this. You know, the veil drops once again here. The emperor lifts his no clothing skirt up once again in the middle of the street. And it's like, yeah, America, you can go get effed, because not only is that going to happen, but then those people that were to get those degrees, they're going to send money home. They're going to have more people come over here. Some of that money is going to go to other countries where they can maybe get better educations, whatever. It perpetuates the cycle. So not only does it, as a policy, not make any sense, and on its face, be a big middle finger to all of America, people that paid to go to college, people that are paying to put their kids through college right now, people that have been told, learn to code, learn tech, learn web, learn AI, all this stuff, right? To do what? To do what? To jump into a job market where you're competing with, 2,000 people for every potential gig, and you're never going to get one because a certain percentage of those people are going to be, of a foreign country, and, don't have to be paid 20, 30% less than you would. Not to mention the whole tax-free part. I mean, it's a win-win-win-win-lose. So everybody wins across the technocracy board and the political board and the financial, Fortune 100 board. And then the lose, Americans.
See, there's irony going on with the arc of AI and of the internet, is that American public school systems have cratered in terms of STEM performance. Kids are illiterate. They can't do math anymore because teachers have been telling them, oh, it's okay, you can go to Google and look it up. And now ChatGPT's here, and ChatGPT's writing all their essays for them. And half the teachers are like, this is okay. It's embrace the new technology. This is what this is the dividend of technological process. But people from less developed countries, where they still teach STEMs and they still put a value on math and science, and who aren't as advanced as the US, they're producing the top, better STEM graduates. And so who's going to run the new technocracy in America? It's going to end up being people from less developed countries in some cases, or from the Far East, as an example, because they've dumbed down the education system in America and in Western Europe as well. It's getting dumbed down. So there's a thing going on here that I don't think anybody is really addressing the fundamental issues that are underlying here. So if Elon Musk is all about making America great again, I've not heard him say one word about the education system in America. Not one single word. It's almost as if he doesn't care. He's got 9 or 10 kids. Reportedly, so these kids, unless they're not going to be going to any of these schools, probably not going to be going to public schools. His kids, I'm just waging a wild guess that his kids will not be attending any state schools in America. But so he's not. I mean, I look at images like this, Hesher, and you know what this smacks of to me is a corporate CEO trying to hype up a crowd during a product launch for a cyber truck or something like that. That's the vibe I get. It's just like, I need that photo op for the shareholders. We got to get the product sales up. He's selling something, Hesher, here. He's selling himself. And why? What is his interest? I know that he wants to be aligned with successful people like Donald Trump and a successful presidential campaign. He's helped to push him over the edge. That's politics. I get that. But is there more going on here, Hesher? Is it a case that Elon Musk is a beneficiary of federal contracts, like his position, status, wealth, success is in a large part depends on his relationship with the U.S. federal government and also federal subsidies for things like Tesla, for instance, SpaceX, all these sort of ventures, the military-industrial complex. The tech bros want in on this AI revolution, this new consortium of companies they want to put together to basically run AI for the defense, for the Pentagon. I mean, these are the same guys. So Palantir, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk. I mean, it reminds me of the definition of Mussolini's definition of fascism, which is the merger of corporate and state interests. Corporativism, he called it. That's what this looks like. I've never seen it so blatantly promoted. This new sort of corporatized government. So he's talking about, oh, deregulation, this, deregulation, that. We've been talking about deregulation for years, but when you have people who actually are owning the corporations inside government, who purchased a seat in government, who are telling you this, that's different than Ron Paul telling you this. It's very, very different.
Very different.
And I have a real problem with this, and I think people got to wake up. It's almost like there's a cult, and someone needs to snap the finger, wake people up, because I think people have been lulled to sleep here, taken away on this hype. I mean, DOGE, Department of Government Accountability or Efficiency or whatever. I mean, that's just it's a mem for his crypto coin that he's been pumping, Dogecoin.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just off the top, but it's not a department. DOGE is a commission, if I'm not mistaken. It's a non-governmental commission, an advisory committee that they've made Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy supposedly in charge of. It doesn't have any powers at all.
Right.
But if you ask the average dope on X, who's a fan of this, Elon's going to fix this. Elon's going to fix that. That's all I see on every other tweet. Oh, wait till Elon and Vivek get a hold of this. They're going to sort that out. Trump himself has no power over funding. Zero. It's all Congress. Congress has the power of the purse. So you have the masses on Twitter who don't know anything about civics, who think that Elon, it's like QAnon. This is QAnon logic.
Mm-hmm.
It's just this QAnon. It's all gonna. Elon will take care of it. Trump, Elon, Vivek. They have these caricatures in their head. The DOGE, whatever the hell it's called, it's going to issue a report after 2 years of advice. Advice. That's it.
It's really no different than the Heritage Foundation's Project 25, which got so much gas, and I've interviewed a whole bunch of people on State of the Nation from the Heritage Foundation. There's some great minds over there. There's some really cool people with good ideas. And, that's what they do over there. They're not always great. They're definitely lean into power politics and have financial associations at the higher levels that I have some questions about.
And the military industrial complex,
yes,
they're big.
Very pro a lot of that stuff. But when it came to things like, social programs and, the low hanging fruit of cultural warfare that people are so interested in 12 years too late, like, bless them for getting interested at some point, because it's caused a lot of damage. But, overall, like the people on the left, like they used that as like, oh, this is what's going to happen. And everything they wrote is, it's an advisory board. That's all it is. I mean, they didn't even know if Trump was going to be elected again. They just prepared, for that whole 4-year stretch. Like, hey, if he comes back in, that's what they do. They're like a think tank, basically.
Yeah. Yeah,
and they function in a lot of different ways, and I don't see DOGE being any different than that. It's just,
but Heritage is an institution that has funding. They have staff.
Yeah.
They've been going for like decades. So they're it's a real thing. DOGE is not a real thing. It's just a meme.
Vaporware.
It's an idea, and Elon's saying the merch is going to be epic, and so we've got all the merch. We've got all these memes of dogs. And Shiba Inus or whatever they're called. It's the same dog as the NAFO troll army, but so that and it's like the Grace Commission during the Reagan administration, issue a report after 2 years on slimming down government, basically cutting regulations and spending and pork and excess and whatnot. But all that's going to be decided at a congressional level. So you're not dealing with a single person there. You're dealing with, hundreds and hundreds of congressional members who are Democrat and Republican. That's what you're dealing with. And that negotiating, it's like you can't, it's not like being a CEO of a company. And people have this idea that they've taken the most successful CEOs, supposedly are Musk and Ramaswamy, and have implanted them in the Trump administration, and they're going to bring the efficiency of the corporation into government. No, it's not going to happen. They're not in government. They've stuck them on the outside. And I personally, Hesher, I think Musk and Ramaswamy are milking this as publicity, self-publicity opportunities for now. And this is my prediction, bookmark it. In 12 months, okay, there's going to be a split between either Ramaswamy or Elon is not going to be, they're not going to want to be involved in DOGE. Because once you get into government, then the criticism comes. Then people are going to be like, whoa, how much is this costing, this commission? Who's getting the money? What are they spending it on? And someone's going to feel like they're, public or the press are being ungrateful. And then there's going to be some controversy. And you can't have two heads of a committee. How many commissions do you know that have two people? It's always one. The Warren Commission, the Grace Commission, you name it. There's always one. Why did they stick two on there? Well, we know why Elon got the position or supposed status in this. But what about Ramaswamy? He wasn't given a cabinet position. He's not running 12 companies, I don't think. Not like this to the scale Musk is. It's almost like they just gave Ramaswamy this position to kind of keep him happy doing something. He didn't get a cabinet position. Why didn't he get a cabinet position? He's very popular. He ran a good presidential campaign, built up a grassroots base, and then ended up being loyal to Trump, loyal MAGA supporter, and he didn't get rewarded for it. That's interesting, isn't it, Hesher? I mean, a lot of people haven't picked up on that, but they've shoved Vivek onto this sideshow called DOGE that's not going to do anything of any substance other than make a lot of noise and create a lot of hype. And issue a report after 2 years of recommendations, non-binding. Tell me if I'm getting anything horribly wrong here.
No,
That's my understanding of it. I might be wrong, but that's looking into it, the technicals of it. That's my understanding of it.
I think you're absolutely right. And a lot of these names that we've talked about now that make up the sort of celebrity, MAGA cluster. Rebranded themselves slowly and methodically, rebranded themselves leading up into Trump's election. And I'm not going to sit here and claim that it was on purpose, but some of them looked very intentional to me. In particular, like Joe Rogan, as one example. Maybe that is just a culmination of 4 years of being in a Biden presidency and watching the media. That's very possible. Like, I feel like Joe might have been an organic flip, even though he's not really a populist, not really.
I like that, of organic flip. I like that, Hesher.
Like, I'll give him and a couple other people a little grace on that, for that potentiality. But I want to pick on Tulsi. I've done this before, but when I look at Tulsi leaving the Democrat Party, the timing, the way that she started her new public presence, the way that she involved Second Amendment issues in that, she flipped on the Second Amendment big time. Everything leading up to October 7, that was the first time I saw a little fracture in her rebranding. That made no sense considering her stance on Syria, but that's a whole other rabbit hole. But everything about that rebrand to me looked highly managed. It looked like there were PR people involved. It looked like there was a corporate employee that was helping rebrand her for exactly the position that she's in now. And there's, my conspiracy theory, my pattern theory after watching all this is that this was planned out. Who knows? Maybe by the Trump team, maybe by someone else. I don't know, but it's been a brilliant repackaging of everybody because now it's self-replicating. You know what I mean? It's like you've placed these people in a position of celebrity as, we transitioned out of the disastrous Biden administration back into a Trump administration. But what do all of them hold up? Trump himself included, is the technocrat factor. And we're approaching the end of the 20th century version of American power politics. This is the end of it. You know, Hillary didn't get to be president. Every president's public record is looking really bad and archaic now to young people. There are very few, like maybe Ronald Reagan as an exception amongst people on the right in some cases, but there are very few people that look up to any of, you know, our politicians over the last, you know, 100 years at this point, or at least the last 50 years or so, like at least from JFK to where we're at now. And as we go into the new era, which is AI, which is biotech, which is unmanned systems for warfare and public for all things, you know, as we move into a reality that they showed us in like Minority Report, for example, there won't be these old style, even Donald Trump will be considered an old style president. They're going to have to be bringing people like Elon and like Peter Thiel and like Vivek into the power politics of the 21st century.
And JD Vance,
right?
Who's 40 years old, is extremely young. If something happens to Trump and Vance becomes the youngest president by many, many years, way younger than JFK was. I mean, so there's the experience factor. He's very inexperienced, but he is the vice president effectively, very young. Like, so I take everything on board. You said, Hesher, it makes perfect sense. This is the new, they're trying to usher in a new crew to run the new modern technocracy. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And you know, you mentioned fascism earlier. Like in the classic definition of fascism, you can't have a technocratic political class without it being fascistic. I'm sorry, it's just not going to fly. And the proof in that is everything that we've led up to now is they say, well, you can't criticize Elon or Zuck or any of these people because they're a private company. Right? They're a private company doing their own thing. Okay, well, you guys have been telling us that for a long time now, over a decade. That's been the argument. Well, they're a private company. They can shadow ban you if they want, or they can allow someone to dox you if they want. But no. As we move forward, we know how much government money goes into those things, and now we're seeing all the CEOs, all the tech bros being placed as hood ornaments on what might be the last of the old guard of American power politics. And why is that? It's not by mistake. And that's where all the rebranding comes into play. Rebrand all these people, make a terrible political situation where the only way out is a technocratic solution as everything turns technocratic. And all this stuff about jobs, maybe all this stuff about jobs is just a waste of air because there aren't going to be very many jobs once these people all like achieve their goals.
Well, Elon Musk himself wants to replace as much of the workforce as possible with robots, and he's actively pursuing. He's leading in this. So, driverless cars, robots on the assembly line. I mean, what's not to like? I mean, if you're the quote American worker, what's the solution? It has to be UBI and CBDCs. I'm not hearing any of this conversation. So instead, Trump says we're against CBDCs. We're pro crypto. We're against CBDCs. But everything that the tech bros in the administration, the technocrats, let's just call them technocrat bros instead of tech bros. These are technocrat bros. Everything that they're pursuing and where they're parking their money in the future is getting rid of workers. So either they're going to import the workers or they're going to get rid of the domestic workers through robotics and fourth industrial revolution advances. So, I mean, this might be inevitable in the modern 21st century, but why are we not having an honest conversation about it on the Republican side? At least the Democrats and the Klaus Schwabs of the world aren't hiding their sort of love of technocracy and not hiding their future of do nothing, get your UBI check, take your Soma pills, and shut the hell up Otherwise, you might end up being solely in green. I mean, at least the WEF have embraced that future and are like openly at least admitting it. But Republicans and those on the right and the tech right, they're not talking about it because they don't want to have that conversation with their base, because maybe they're not conservative. Maybe that's the real thing. These are not conservatives.
Right.
These are liberals. These are the most extreme brand of liberals.
Right.
That's maybe that's the truth of it.
Yeah. Could you imagine if Steve Jobs, if in 2002 or year two, let's just say Y2K, could you imagine if in Y2K, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs sat down, in front of the cameras and just did as much, projection as they could and say, hey, we have developed something that is going to quite literally change your society, change your laws, change the way you raise your children, change the way your children learn, and there will be some serious drawbacks to this. You know what I mean? Could you imagine an honest conversation like that? The guys that stand to make money on it would sit down and say, you know what? A bunch of your kids are going to be sexually confused and maybe sexually mutilated. A bunch of your kids are going to get sex trafficked and predated on. A bunch of your elderly people are going to be scammed in online traps. Your kids are going to be sending nude photos of themselves and live nude videos of themselves to other kids at school. You know what I mean? Girls will commit suicide because they get given images and realities that are false. Like, if they would have sat down and said all that, could you imagine the national discussion that would happen? Like, wait a minute, are we willing to give all that to these people so that we can forget how to use maps and stop pulling over to find where I'm going, or to pay your bills? You won't have to use a check anymore. You won't have to receive as many phone calls. You know what I mean? It's like, put the pros and cons up for the people, let them discuss it. If you're going to impose, subjugate a population with a paradigm changing technology, a culture changing, halting and rebooting technology, we should all be able to talk about it, but we didn't. And now we live in that world where everything's digital. All those things I said and more horrible things happen. And a lot of good things happen too, just to be balanced. Yeah. But the same can be said of the AI, nanotech, biotech, cyborg, technocracy, dystopia, revolution, whatever you frame it as. It is going to change everything in ways that we cannot fully comprehend. And is Elon and is MAGA going to sit here and tell us that? No, because MAGA's brainwashed to love Elon, and Elon knows he's going to make all the money. Well, him and Bezos and Thiel and the technocrat bros are going to make all the money. Why would they? Why would they tell us? And Elon, to his credit, he's made some comments about the dangers of AI, but he's sitting there with Grok laying at his feet.
But he's making those comments, Hesher, but he's also at the same time wanting to put a wire in your brain, with Neuralink, and then run you around like a rat, getting electric pulses in your head, as if that's going to be some kind of great achievement. I don't know. They say, well, it'll help people with cerebral palsy, or they'll help, a certain amount of people with degenerative diseases or rare diseases and whatnot. It's the same argument. If it saves just one life, why shouldn't we just roll it out and do it? How many times has that kiss of death been given throughout history? But looking back at these guys, and then looking at this, these are supposedly the thought leaders. I mean, I wouldn't call Elon Musk a thought leader. I think he's on the spectrum, clearly. He's a great entrepreneur. He's probably a good CEO in terms of delivering the bottom line. But where is he on ethics and morals? I've got question marks on that front. Did anyone vote for Elon Musk to be in the White House, or running the White House, or running any significant policy division of the U.S. government? No one voted for Elon Musk. They voted for Donald Trump. But Trump has given Musk this high-profile position. For how long, we don't know. But back to this. Benito Mussolini. Fascism should more appropriately be called corporate corporativism. The correct word is corporativism, because it is a merger of state and corporate power. It's paraphrased in an Italian translation. There's a few different versions of that quote, but I think we're kind of there when you think about it. We're there. This is a very open form of fascism by classic definition. I'm not talking about the hyperbolic definition like Trump's a fascist, that the Democrats were shrieking for like 4 years. I'm talking about the actual orthodox definition, which is normally attributed to Mussolini himself, or his actually, I think the actual quote there didn't come originally from Mussolini, but one of his political advisors, who I believe Giovanni Gentile, if I'm not mistaken, was one of his Italian political advisors, who was a great political writer. I think he coined that definition, and then Mussolini quoted him or something like that. But nonetheless, it came out of the Mussolini regime, and he would know, wouldn't he? So is that what this is all about? Where was Elon Musk on the small government conversation back when Ron Paul was running for president in 2008 and 2012?
Yeah.
Where the libertarian revolution was taking place within the Republican Party, the Tea Party, then grafted on the back of that, of course, and then you saw what happened. That crashed and burned. And that gave rise to MAGA. And so where were these guys the last round? I mean, they're old enough to have been involved or interested in politics, but they weren't interested because they were interested in making billions. That's what they do. But now they've made billions. They want to buy government and purchase a position in government, buy policy, and for whose ends and to what ends? From a technocracy point of view, it's not clear. It's not clear. And so we have these questions, Hesher, and we also have to question the conservative bona fides of a lot of these people. Tulsi Gabbard, you mentioned her. I mean, and it's a case of the right, especially maybe under Trump as well. You saw a lot of this, that conservatives or the new modern, who can define conservatism? I don't know. They struggle themselves. But when it comes to women and ethnic minorities, they would always very quickly embrace them and use them as a battering ram against the left. Those would be the figureheads. They've done this time and time again. They used Candace Owens for this for years. And to her credit, she knows this. And she's articulated, she's talked about this. She's gone through her own evolution where she's now completely untethered and independent, I think, politically. And I think she's amazing from that degree. But Candace Owens, there's a whole list of them. And if it's an ethnic minority, especially a woman, they'll use them to beat down the door of the Democrats and the left. And so in that sense, the Fox News crowd were very excited when Vivek came on the scene because he was Asian. So that's going to capture that Asian voting bloc. That's going to show that we're inclusive. We're not racist. We're not white supremacists. We're not this, that, and the other. We're just like the left, but we have better ideas. That's the basic idea behind it. Tulsi Gabbard, female and somewhat of a minority-ish. So she's been embraced by the Republican Party. But as you said, Hesher, she's made a very shrewd career move here. And then I think the person, Tulsi, I think the Israeli lobby advised her transformation. I think she was already kind of out of the Democratic Party, but she was looking for a place. She's clearly got skills and abilities. She's very well spoken. She has a very strong demeanor as a female. She's very forthright, imposing. When she speaks, she can really get ideas across. But what ideas is she actually getting across? I thought it was anti-war. I thought it was pro-peace. But after October 7th, we found out she's not anti-war. She is pro-genocide. She's backed the Israeli genocide from the beginning, and basically saying take no prisoners on Fox News. And she's been promoting the Shiite Sunni sectarian narrative, which she should know better, serving in Iraq, because the United States invented that paradigm in Iraq in the violent sense, and it still created created the conditions for the rise of ISIS. That's what the United States occupation in Iraq did. Tulsi should know better, but she's made Sunni versus Shiite, and Islam is the greatest threat or something along those lines to the West. So she's doing all the things that you thought somebody who served in Iraq would know better and want to avoid. But those are all Israeli lobby talking points. So that's why I'm connecting those dots. I think she was told by the lobby, if you do X, Y, and Z, you're in. You're in. Just play your cards right, and you'll get this position on Fox, and you'll be in the Trump cabinet. So as DNI, considering, you know, classification and intelligence, Hesher, to me, that's not any kind of influential position. It's almost like a delivery position for the intelligence agencies. You deliver the intelligence briefs from the CIA, and you aggregate what you think are the priorities, but those decisions might largely be made for you anyway. And if you go off the reservation, you're going to get Michael Flynn. I mean, that's already been established, isn't it? So, like, what exactly is Tulsi going to do that's different from any other DNI, including pushing fake intelligence into the White House? Fake intelligence from Israel about Iranian assassination plots against Donald Trump, of used car salesmen in New York planning to take out Trump. I mean, just insane levels of stuff that Fox was running with. That's the network she works for. They're running with all these bogus intelligence, Iranian plots, and all this other stuff. So she hasn't spoken out against any of that. So what's she going to do as DNI? So I have legitimate questions about these things. Like, who are these people? What is their real intention? What is their real motivation? They want to serve the country. They want to serve, but what kind of service are they planning? Is it based on their true beliefs, or long-held views, or deeply held, consistent ideological positions? Or are they just flapping in the wind according to where the ride to power is on this? I mean, I feel like I have these questions, and do they have real conservative values, or are they just adopting some edifice of conservatism enough to kind of get you through the door on this? Fox isn't that picky, clearly, but who is? Who's kind of testing the bona fides of all these positions? I don't know, Hesher. People would say I'm really skeptical and I'm not giving MAGA a chance, or the new MAGA, but I have these questions and I think they're well-founded. And we'll see, won't we?
Yeah.
In a couple months.
That's the thing. We don't have a choice but to give them a chance, but that doesn't mean we have to give them faith. You know, speaking of you know, that DNI, Director of National Intelligence, I would like to remind everybody that the NSA, the DIA, the CIA, those all report directly to DNI. So it's like, you know, if this really was a populist, you know, administration coming in who has been victimized by, you know, arguably employees of all those agencies that report directly to DNI, I would be, you know, if I were him and everything was above board, it'd be like, well, you know what? Maybe we need to look at this Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act of 2004 that created some of these like overarching, you know, red tape bureaucracies that have made it such that the entire United States intelligence community is now something that is untrustworthy, just completely untrustworthy. They don't, you know what I mean? They don't share information with the public. They're causing you know, color revolutions in other places. They're doing statecraft and stagecraft here on our own soil. These are the things that should be looked at, not who's going to be in charge of it. Like, we don't want to just change the leadership to someone who's popular on social media and in the mass media cartel. You know, we want what Americans want, I think, and what probably a lot of the MAGA contingency would actually want if they sat down and talked about it for a minute, is accountability from these agencies for what has happened up until now. And I don't see anybody talking about that.
No, they're not only are they not talking about it, but it seems like a lot of the people are, actively avoiding addressing many of the basic issues that are coming into play here. And so, and I could go down the list as well. There's other people in the administration who neocons for starters, who I have like serious reservations and problems about. So I mean, it's without even getting into the war hawks, and it almost looks like Jared Kushner selected a large percentage of the cabinet based on their allegiance to Israel. I mean,
again, did we vote for Jared? I didn't vote for him or Elon.
I didn't know. I voted for Donald Trump, not the president-in-law, the husband of Ivanka. So it's like we know Ivanka has tremendous sway over what missiles get fired into. I mean, literally, that's what happened with Syria last time. She was crying over the images of the dead babies in Duma or something like that, or Khan Sheikhoun, I can't remember. And she, implored her dad to launch a salvo of, I think it was Khan Sheikhoun, of missiles into Syria at the time. We all found out later that was all a big ruse, like all these other WMD stories from Iraq through to Syria to the present, to the Skripal narrative, which is, I mean, if you watch that hearing, pretty breathtakingly bad in trying to, retroactively prove the government's official conspiracy theory on that. But anyway, we didn't elect any of these people, but yet this is who is populating the new administration. Am I going to give Trump a chance? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm hoping for the best. I'm hoping that a lot of these buffoons and clowns that have bought their way or have wiggled their way into the administration. There's no shortage of buffoons and clowns in Washington and Wall Street and Silicon Valley. There's no shortage. There's plenty of them. And they might be good at whatever their core competency is, but that is no guarantee that they're actually competent in anything else. And that's an important point. We'd like to get across a real basic fundamental point. We're not knocking anybody, but like if you're Elon Musk is not an expert in journalism and what makes for true journalism. He's not. And when I see things like this, Hesher, I just think it's a big Department of Government Efficiency. A, it's not a department, and B, it's a meme. It's like a joke. Did you vote for this? Like a cheap AI generated image about a non-existent department that's not a department. It's a meme. That's all it is. It's a meme. And he's doing this. It's almost like he is taking the piss out of the American people. It almost looks like he's having a joke at everybody else's expense. And of course, he can afford to do that because he's the richest man in the world. But at some point, it's like, are you taking yourself seriously? Are you taking the American people seriously? Is this all a big joke to you? Is it just all a cheap tweet, a throwaway comment here, a meme there, pumping up your, crypto coin, whatever that is? I mean, is anybody serious about this stuff? Because nobody's actually saying what it actually is. They're just running with this. And I see this stuff and I'm just like, what are you doing? You're not serious. It is a joke.
Yeah.
Or, or is it going to become serious after January 21st? Are you just having fun because you know that it's not going to be fun afterwards? Because listen, when the press start having at them over this, it's no longer fun. Then it's a problem. And then it becomes a shareholder issue for Elon. And then the shareholders would be like, well, how come he's spending all his time in Washington and something goes wrong with the other thing, Hesher, is, let's be honest, when a rocket goes up and it explodes, and when the company spends and the investors spend hundreds of billions and you launch a rocket and explodes in midair, you can turn around to the board and you can say, hey, we made a mistake. We've hired the new tech people. We're going to correct that. We're going to schedule a launch for September, and it's going to be successful, and we're going to nail it on those quarter earnings, and we're going to be back up again on the share price. And if you deliver on that, so in corporations, you can make mistakes. You can blow things up. You can make different iterations of a problem and a solution. Politics is not like that, Hesher. One rocket blows up. There's no coming back from it. You're finished. Not only are you finished, all of your associates are finished. Your business is finished. You're basically in the abyss. You don't get to do it again before the next shareholder meeting. It's like you make a mistake. So I think the kind of competency that's required in the corporate world, to buy in and get consensus in politics in public, when it comes to politics and elected representatives, it's a totally different process than in the corporate world. Just success in the corporate world is not necessarily transferable to the political world. It's not. Many have done it, tried it before, and many have failed. It is if you're a fascist. Then anything's transferable. Any level of success and failure doesn't matter because you got the power. And the people just have to sit there and take it and wait for whatever comes down the pipeline. But I think there is this kind of naivety that they're indulging in this before January 21st. But the political reality begins when you have to deliver. And then you have to manage expectations. And I think they're in danger here of, the irony of this is Elon and Vivek. One of the cardinal rules of business is always underpromise and overdeliver. That's most businesses, aside from the ones that have unlimited capital and they can do what they want. And they don't have to produce a product for 20 years, okay, or show a profit. But normal businesses never overpromise and underdeliver, always underpromise and overdeliver. Well, what I see with tech bros is, and what with Elon and Vivek, especially with this DOGE circus, is overpromising. And are they going to actually deliver? It doesn't look like they can, because the thing that they're supposedly running is not a department, it's a commission. So they're going to underdeliver. And what happens? That's the kiss of death in business. In politics, it is also the kiss of death, because you then have no credibility for your next venture. People will just simply not trust you and not believe you, and you will not be given a chance to do it again. I mean, have they thought this all through? Because they're behaving as if they're gods or they're the figurehead of some cult. But it's almost like the different set of rules for the cult leader than for anybody else in that position. I don't know. Am I judging too harshly?
Not necessarily, but I do think there's an opportunity for, in particular, Elon to use this Doge concept as a fruitful platform to grasp at low-hanging fruit within the government. So, for example, he's really good at the memeing, as you've pointed out, really good at the throwaway comments. And he now has this whole network on X of people that will repost it and tell you why whatever he posted is how you should feel also, and why it fits into America. And basically the use of feedback loops and low-hanging fruit to maybe even accomplish some things, and they will be things that are perceived as egregious by a lot of conservative-minded people, right? So it might be very easy for him to come up with, there's so much government bloat, there's so much red tape. I mean, look at our military budget. That thing is approaching $1 trillion a year or something like that. I mean, it's $998 billion or something like this. It goes up every year. But do you think that Elon and Doge and Vivek, or whatever this ends up being when the rubber meets the road, do you think that they will be looking at the efficiency of the DOD budget? Will they be looking at the efficiency of this DNI and all of the things that lie below it? Will they be looking at the efficiency of the government meddling in social media to censor people and run narratives? No way. There's no way. Those are the things that they'll be looking into. And those are the things that are the biggest problems. Those are among the biggest problems that we have. The whole cultural warfare thing, all this stuff, they're not going to be looking at any of that. It's going to be immigration, human trafficking, which unfortunately have become low-hanging fruit. I hate to say that because they're very awful. The situation we're in is very awful, but now it's just a political talking point and a cudgel to so many people on X. And they don't even, I don't even know if they're aware that, 400,000 Americans have died of deadly fentanyl because of these open border policies. And they'll focus on those because so many people are amped up about that situation.
Well, that has to be a deliverable, right? That's for Trump. I mean, it has to be deliverable. But you of all people, Hesher, know a lot about the defense procurement process and how much money gets spent and how and why it gets spent and things that get spent on which will never ever see the light of day. And so I'm going to quote David Wu here, who I respect a great deal, pretty good economic commentator. He said Trump has promised to make permanent his 2017 tax cuts. They're set to expire at the end of 2025 and etc. And so he's talking about DOGE here. He's saying the problem here is that Trump has charged Musk and Ramaswamy with identifying $500 billion worth of annual spending cuts. Trump understands that to keep the bond market calm and the Fed on its interest rate cutting path, it needs to do more than pay lip service to debt sustainability. The challenge that Musk and Ramaswamy face is that most federal spending is mandatory expenditures that are totally beyond the reach of DOGE. This means that to find cuts in discretionary spending accounts for just 26% of federal spending. So the place where they're drilling for DOGE gold of cuts is like a 25% sliver of potential federal discretionary spending. And that's not all up for grabs in there. So really, what are we talking about? 10%. They're not going to make their $500 billion worth of annual spending cuts. Guess where the biggest pie, though, that is available to cut but won't be touched? It's called the defense budget.
That's right.
I ask you this, Hesher, do you really think that the $1 trillion defense budget, the bloated $1 trillion defense budget the United States of America currently has, do you think that's going to magically go up or go down with the first budget under a Trump administration? I know I'm putting my money on that.
It goes
Tell me
up.
what you think. It's going up.
Every year it goes up. It has never gone down. Every year it goes up. And you want to talk about efficiency of a military industrial complex. Look at what Russia spends on their military and then start comparing the return on investment that we get here for our $1 trillion a year and they get there for their what, like 300 billion or something like that.
No, less 100.
Okay, orders of magnitude less. And their military tech, I'm sorry, American exceptionalists, but you got to accept the fact that much of their tech, at least the tech that we all plebs know about, far exceeds the capabilities of ours. Sorry to break it to you, but it does.
On a battlefield combined warfare front, yeah, it does. We have advances in other things, but just missile tech, that's kind of an important one. And they seem to be in the lead.
Yeah, aviation tech too. I'm sorry, fighter jet pilots out there, you guys are badass, but I don't want to see you go up against the Sukhoi. I just don't. I don't want to see it.
Yeah, and missile defense and air defense and S-500s and etc. And the list goes on. So there's going to be no cutting of the defense budget. So what? So is DOGE? Is that going to make its No, it's not going to make its 500 billion in annual. It's not going to happen. Trump gave them an impossible task, and they're not going to do it. So what we are going to get is memes, sound bites, publicity stunts, quarterly shareholder stage theatrics.
This is like you could make an Indiana Jones meme about this, where Indiana Jones is, he's got the treasure on top of the weighted plate, and he slowly rolls the treasure off the plate, and what does he put on top of it? A big stack of memes. There's a big stack of memes on the plate, so the giant, death ball doesn't roll down and crush them. That it's essentially that. And it's like, even if they did find a way to slash $500 billion or whatever, how does that, when you put that on a real scale, a normal scale, how does that match up with what is about to be spent? Right? Because there's going to be a big spending rush. I guarantee it. This is not going to just be a, we're back. We got a good economy now. No, this country's $32 trillion in debt. That is insane. That is absolutely insane. That is us. That is our next two generations of people not able to pay out of that debt as of right now, if we were to stop going into a deficit, deficit spending every year, which is now the norm.
And there's plenty of pigs that are feeding at the trough every year. They need a slice of that federal budget. Every single piece of that pie represents somebody's private fiefdom in Colorado, in Utah, in Arizona, in California, some defense contract somewhere in the country. They're spread all over for a reason. This is how congressmen and senators stay in office. They bring defense contracts to their state, pure and simple, not industry and defense, but mostly it's in terms of federal government control, like pure corporativism, it's defense. That is the number one industry the federal government basically runs effectively and funds. So Elon's a part of that. He gets he's part of that matrix. He's also part of the government green subsidy racket. I mean, electric cars, what's so green about them? Are they getting all their electricity from renewables, or are they getting it from the grid that's coal and fossil fuel powered? I think the latter, actually. So they're not green. He's raking it in. Tesla's profitable because of subsidies, because of double dipping, because of carbon offsets and all this other stuff. Okay, it's a virtue signaling product for liberals who might be rebelling against. I know some liberals that are dumping their Teslas and buying gas guzzlers, buying big fat gas guzzlers because they can afford them. They can afford a beast that gets 10 miles to the gallon. Okay, there's a few people who can, and they're going that direction because they've rejected Musk and Tesla, and the EV market is dying. From General Motors and Ford, and a lot of these companies are basically withdrawing from that for the moment because they just don't see the profitability of it. But he's really pushed the whole left green agenda. Elon is known and wealthy and is the richest man in the world because of the fake climate global warming agenda. That's the basis of his business model, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Am I getting anything again wrong here? And people say you're being so hard on Elon and this and that. And look, I absolutely am appreciative of him buying Twitter and exposing the Twitter files. For that, he has my eternal respect and gratefulness. And I myself would not be on X if not for him buying the platform because of the fascists that were running it before, led by the degenerate Jack Dorsey, who was running a giant censorship farm for the government. And he should be shamed for the rest of his life for what he turned that platform into and how many lives he ruined as a result of that and careers he ruined, and how he attacked the First Amendment with such viciousness. Jack Dorsey deserves every bit of condemnation for that, and his gaggle of federal operatives, of CIA agents, of FBI operatives who are embedded at Twitter. We learned about all that in the Twitter files. Credit where credit's due, Hesher.
Yeah.
But does that mean that we're going to stop being critical of power and authority? The answer is no. Hell no, we can't be. We've got to point this stuff out. So they're raising expectations all the way up here. And they're expecting us to, accept if the results they're delivering are down here. That's not politics is politics, folks. You raise expectations and you don't deliver. This isn't the corporate boardroom conversation here. It's not your shareholder meetings and your product launches and your IPOs and your pump and dump schemes. in the Silicon Valley, cash in and then take off and watch your company disintegrate into nothing. Like what was that business Elon had where he digitized the yellow pages and sold it to Compaq for like 300 million? Was that his first?
I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, that's right.
Some lightning pages or some stupid thing like that.
Mhm.
They didn't make a penny out of it. He walked off with, I don't know, 100 million or who knows how much, 20 million, 30. It was one of his first big deals, but they sold it to Compaq for like 300 mil, and it did nothing. So it was a dot-com boom era scam, basically. And he wasn't the only one who were running those types of scams. There were parent companies eager to pad their corporate portfolios with some dot-com business, so they're looking for stuff to acquire, and he did one of them, which produced nothing and did nothing. So I mean, that's the corporate world, but you do that in government with public funds, there might be a huge price to pay as a result. You know, you could do damage to your career, to your bottom line. You know, even if you're the richest man in the world, if the public is against you. What is Elon without the public? And he very wisely purchased Twitter and has built himself up, but he could very easily lose a lot of his public support through some of his very questionable practices, some of his political views or undeclared political views. He's also running that risk as well. And so we're just pointing out some of this stuff. So let the hype continue. Let all the hype and the sizzle continue. But after January 21st, we want to taste the steak.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and I would like to throw in, since we're talking about, you know, efficiency and America first, and, you know, these kind of ideals that a lot of the, you know, this new and evolving and bifurcating right and technocrat right are arguing about. In the background, one has to keep in mind that in this country in 2022, the population of homeless people in this country was about just over 500,000, 580,000. Well, this year that rose to 771,000. So our quality of life, our threat vectors, our financial realities, cultural realities, that is a perfect example. That, on top of that, 400,000 people dying of deadly fentanyl poisoning, is just the tip of the iceberg of like what the actual, you know, man and woman on the streets reality is right now. And I don't hear that being talked about very much.
Oh, I haven't heard that either. I mean, I'd like to see if Elon was jumping up and down for ending homelessness in America. I mean, how much is that going to cost? Maybe like what, 50 billion, 40 billion or something like that. Yeah. Why doesn't DOGE go and shave, you know, 50 billion out of the bloated, do nothing Pentagon defense budget and end homelessness in America? You're the richest man, and by your own admission, you're the smartest man in America. So you should be able to figure that one out. There's plenty of cash available. And forget about the federal deficit. That's never going to get paid back. Stop promising that it is. It's not. It's not designed to be paid back. And we're going to be suffering inflation as a result of this and deficit spending. Elon just discovered that deficit spending creates inflation. Wow. What an epiphany. He just figured this out in the last 2 months, and he was tweeting like crazy about it. And I'm so glad he discovered this. I learned this in my freshman year in college, back when the dinosaurs were still roaming the earth. But so congratulations, Elon, for figuring that one out. But yeah, jump up and down for ending homelessness in America. How about that? How about how do we solve the drug addiction problem? I think he thinks, well, let's give them hope that we're going to have a colony on Mars. That's going to give humanity hope. To a degree, I believe that we do need things. Young people do need things to look forward to, a compelling future. But if your compelling future is a colony on Mars, but you're not going to do anything about people that are trashing this planet, and electric cars ain't going to cut it, my friend. because they're not green. So it's can we slow down on the war?
Yeah.
And pushing the world towards the brink of nuclear war. Elon Musk also admitted he provides the backbone for the Ukrainian military, keeping the war going with Russia. And was Starlink involved in HTS Al-Qaeda's rampage and takeover of Syria? Because Syria took down its internet during that period, but somehow the jihadists had internet access. Were they using Starlink terminals for that? So 2 major conflict zones, Elon's involved. I'm just asking because I don't know the answer to that. I don't want to make any accusations, but he had publicly admitted he provides the backbone for Zelensky's disastrous war in Ukraine, the worst human disaster, the military boondoggle of all boondoggles, that Elon bragged that he provides the backbone to that losing effort that's liquidating an entire generation of Ukrainian men in a war that can't be won. And somehow that's something to brag about. So I question the Mars colony because if you put as much energy into building a possible civilization for a few select people on Mars, if you put a fraction of energy into ending war on this planet, I'd be jumping up and down with you, Elon, as well. I'd be doing that CEO product launch leap up and down, up and down. I'd be with you, mate. I'd be with you. I'd want that photo up right next to you. But as it stands now, I'm unconvinced. Where the ethics and the morals, I don't have a clear view on his ethics and his morals based on who he retweets and his throwaway comments on social media. Being critical, yes, we're being critical. But
how can we not? I mean, that hypothetical figure that you said could maybe end homelessness in this country, that's like 1/3 or less of the money that we have sent to Ukraine in cash, death machines, missiles, support, training, sending our special operation guys over there from multiple NATO countries. That's a small amount of number. Give a percentage on that to the $1 trillion DOD budget. What the Congress can approve $1 trillion for the military, but can't approve any sort of plan to affect homelessness or the fentanyl problem, the mass death problem related to fentanyl. No, none of that. Like that all is just stuck. It's all remains. It's all part of our society now, and there's no chance of it getting any better as far as I can tell. Prove me wrong, next administration, but I don't see the military budget going down. I see lots of money going into NGOs and state agencies that say they're striving to get rid of homelessness, but when I look at California or Dallas or Houston, I see those people and those NGOs making a lot of money, but I don't see the amount of homeless people going down, the amount of destitution and drug addiction going down. None of that. I see all that still going up. The more money they put in it, the more red tape and bureaucracy they add, the more people with $250,000 a year salaries who can go around and virtue signal that, hey, I'm working to, take homeless people off the streets. I've spoken with people, like Chief Patrick Jordan and other experts who, really do work in that realm and understand what it takes to make that happen. San Antonio is actually a great example of a city that was able to affect positive change in that regard, but I don't see any other cities using that as a model. I see the city council and state representatives on the left trying to disrupt that program down there. So it's like, show us the money, show us how any of this is America first, in a way that affects normal people.
Rather a good point, Hesher. Rather than seeing him promise to fix these tech bros, whatever you want to call them, promising to fix the federal behemoth, the Leviathan that is the federal government. I'd rather see them. I'd rather see Vivek or Elon run for mayor of San Francisco and sort that city out first. I'd like to see that. Or, maybe run for governor of California against Gavin Newsom. But would they be able to get elected as mayor of San Francisco? Maybe not. Maybe not governor of California, but they got a seat in the White House, which is easier than winning an election in San Francisco or a California governorship. So, I mean, that's another conversation. Of course, we can have that. You left out on the funding trail. We spent billions of dollars putting Al Qaeda into power in Syria over the last 15 years. And this guy, al-Jilani, and then Israel has received, in terms of U.S. military support plus funding, in excess, the price tag for the last 14 months, Hesher, for Israel is in excess of $150 billion just in the last year. So that's more than all of Ukraine if you count U.S. assistance and U.S. armaments, which we've given them for free, basically, above and beyond their normal aid. The final bill for the last year and a half will cap 150 billion for Israel. So that's plus Ukraine. So that now we're into 300 billion odd or something along these sort of sums there. And that's not even counting the overrun costs on the US Pentagon side.
Right. They're still cutting checks too. They're going to cut checks until January 6th.
So it's just going to continue. It's just going to continue. No, so we can do all these things like end homelessness, but you have some of these conservatives saying, "Oh, that's a Democrat talking point, ending homeless." You guys, Elon could end homelessness with his own personal money in America. Think about that for a moment.
Elon and Bill Gates, they could end homelessness. They could provide clean water to everyone on the entire planet, probably. I mean, there are so many
personal fortunes.
Yes, like real philanthropic, global change, sort of the original global village idea of philanthropy and a 21st century that is devoid of war and hatred and racism and corporate greed and all of that, and full of freedom and liberty for everyone. No one, one's gonna. That's how you know these philanthropists aren't philanthropists at all. What is Bill Gates doing? He's gonna have to go to court in Finland, I think now, or one of those Nordic countries for the results of some of his products.
It's because they can't do an IPO off of clean water for people in the third world. You can't spin that into an IPO, so there's no money to be made. Just like metabolic therapy, as opposed to chemotherapy. There's no money to be made in metabolic therapy.
Right.
It's just diet based. So there's no money to be made there. So yeah, Vivek, Elon, these guys. Anyway, we're just raising these questions. We're being extremely critical because it's New Year coming. We're going to go in. There's been a lot of hype, a lot of things promised. Hesher and I are just here to ask hopefully some useful questions to make people think a little bit more. Maybe interrogate their political leaders and their celebrity politicians a bit harder because they need it. I think that we have an opportunity with Trump that he potentially, as a populist, can be responsive to the base. So if the base is asking the right questions and putting the right ideas and pressuring the executive with the right ideas, then there's a chance that those ideas could become reality with a responsive populist president, unless the populist becomes an establishment figurehead. And that would be, of course, tragic, but it wouldn't be the first time in history that's happened. It's always a danger. It's always a risk. We're here to keep the pressure on, keep the conversation flowing, keep the ideas going as well. Hesher, give us a shout out about your program. I mean, you doing anything for special for New Year's Eve?
Oh yeah. Quick comment on what you just said. I think one thing that we should keep an eye on after Inauguration Day, keep in mind how accessible RFK Jr., Vivek, Trump himself, all these people that we're talking about that are now in the MAGA celebrity cadre, they're all out there doing podcasts. Quiet. They're all out there doing podcasts and spaces and taking open questions, and we found this to be a breath of fresh air. will they be doing that as they move into 2025? Will they continue to do that? Will they continue to show up for open discussion, long form discussions like that, where they can be asked hard questions? Because we're already thinking in that direction. We're coming up with these hard questions. We see the split happening. So if those people all go quiet in that regard, don't think it's because they're just too busy to have those conversations and show up for the public. Because talking to you guys that I'm speaking about, that was one of the things that got you to where you're at, was being available for those conversations, taking hard questions. So if they go, back in ostrich mode after inauguration, that is going to be a red flag that I'm going to be watching for early on in the year. So Q1, that's going to be one of my first political red flags, short of any, black swan events or further escalations, which we're also watching for as well.
Well, the other thing is if they're not, are they going to be doing those podcast opportunities, or are they going to be restricting to doing mainstream interviews?
Right.
With Fox or CNN or, the papers of record.
Right.
Is that where the media opportunities shift to? Because sometimes that does happen when you get into political power. So that's a legit question we're asking there. I see you found a stray.
Yes.
Your trusted assistant.
I had to put it in air jail or else it would start making sound.
Yeah, that looks like that's a nice. That's not your normal Doge, is it?
No.
This is a new edition.
No, this is the metalhead version. They call it a chug, just like a guitar would do.
Yeah, very nice, very attractive addition to the team there.
Yes, new security guard in training. Rambo's got this one in training, so she's learning how to use her voice, her claws, and her paws. But yes, we do have a new boiler room. Should be up on the website by the time you get done with this program, if not sooner. And that will be our final boiler room for the year, short of any December surprises. We may or may not do something on New Year's Eve, but there's definitely going to be one more boiler room coming out this year at least, and it should be on the website by right now if all has gone well. And join us for more boiler room. We always do boiler room, usually Thursday nights here at alternatecurrentradio.com. That's where you go to get the archives and any shows you may have missed. You can show your support there. You can buy merch there. Episodes of Sunday Wire there, of course. And looking forward to 2025, Patrick. It's going to be quite an interesting year, I'm sure. This has been quite an interesting year. I don't even know how I would sum it up. We did, what was it? I think we did 52 boiler rooms this year. So pretty much kept to our weekly schedule. Glad we didn't have to go to a daily format like we did in 2020. And Sunday Wire's been amazing. Congratulations on your 529 episodes, and looking forward to the next 529.
Yep, thank you, and all big thanks to you and Ruckus and the team for filling in for me when I was unable to do the show, to keep the show going, as they say, and much appreciated. I will never forget that. And,
show must go on. It was our pleasure, and we're just so happy to have you back.
Yeah, the show must go on indeed, and so we're here to make that happen, ladies and gentlemen, and we can't do that without your support. We've been running the ticker on the bottom there throughout the first segment there. This is our winter fundraising drive at 21st Century Wire. This is the time of year when we try to raise the funds for the next 12 months. We need your support more than ever. So if you like what we do and you want to see us do more of it, and we have been producing some amazing independent reporting and journalism, which we pinned on our site, and more to come. Got some feature articles, some exclusives coming in the next week or so. Working on some big stories. I think the biggest stories that we've ever done are coming this year. In fact, the most impactful ever internationally. So that's something to look forward to. Help us make that happen, folks. Support us any way you can. Donate or subscribe monthly, a very inexpensive subscription. Become a supporter at 21wire.tv. That's our member site. So we need your help to make that happen, folks. So I hope you can do that. Hesher, it's been great talking with you. This is we've run over massively on this program, but I think this is good on the live stream. Our followers on X especially will appreciate this.
Yeah, absolutely. Big shout out to everybody that watches the show. Longtime viewers, longtime listeners, I should say, new viewers. It's great to have you with us. 21stcenturywire.com and alternatecurrentradio.com we really appreciate you and wish you all the best in the new year, and are looking forward to whatever happens, good or bad. It's going to be very interesting to analyze it and share it and talk about it with all of you out there. So thank you.
Happy New Year, Hesher, and to Spore and the whole team at the Boiler Room and ACR, and also everybody in ACR's Discord chat rooms, the Ruckus crew as well. Everybody, Happy New Year to everybody. It's been a great 2024. You've done amazing work, and more work to come in 2025. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. That is Bryan McClain, aka Hesher. Follow him on Twitter, X, at Hesher Media. And myself, Patrick Henningsen, will be signing off in just a moment. I just want to thank you guys for joining us again on the Sunday Wire. It's a special, you could say, New Year's edition. We've gone over time a little bit, but we're more than happy to do so. We'll also be checking us out during the week. I'll be running spaces on X. So check out my Twitter feed at 21Wire, and you'll see the live spaces I'll be running with some of my esteemed panelists. We had a brilliant space on Friday with some great speakers unpacking the situation in Syria and Ukraine, doing that for a couple of hours with a really good, very good crowd, a few hundred people on X. So you can join that for free. I'm doing that at least once a week, Friday, Saturday, sometimes Sunday, sometimes with Benjamin Rubenstein as well as my co-host. So yeah, we're going to be doing that regularly, maybe more than once during the week. And yeah, I'll be appearing on some other media outlets in the new year. You'll see me there too. We'll be doing some reporting for some new outlets in 2025 as well, just to expand our reach a little bit. So anyway, thank you guys again for joining us for this very special edition, New Year's edition of the Sunday Wire. I'm your host, Patrick Henningsen. That's all we got time for. Thanks for 2024. And by the way, check out our website, Conspiracies of 2024. It's on our website right now, or just about to be published on New Year's Eve. And then on the 1st, our predictions for 2025. So those are 2 annual articles we do. They're monsters, they're beasts. So check us out, and we'll be publishing those. Those will be up on our site New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. So check us out there. That's something people look forward to each year. But that's all for us this week. I'm Patrick Henningsen, your host, signing out. Take care. All the best.
For in the final analysis, we all inhabit this small planet, and we are all mortal.
Lately I've been watching the world gone mad. Brothers and sisters full to take a stand, to hate their fellow man, another man. Divide and conquer is the acronym plan. Distract the people, control the story. Don't believe your lying eyes, you know me. Stay in power, no matter what. Playing with the doomsday clock. Turn a blind eye and gather your trust. Pushing us to turn to good.
atrocity, no accountability, perpetual impunity, always have an enemy to hell with all humanity. Stay in power, no matter what, playing with the doomsday clock. Turn a blind eye and gamble your trust. Teaching us the time to done. Stay in power, cash in the stars. Playing with the doomsday clock. Turn a blind eye and join the cause. Pushing us to turn to dust. An empire of lies. History rhymes will turn to dust. Digital inmates scored on every move. Nowhere to hide, nothing to hold on to. Turn to dust as we turn to dust. As we turn to dust.
Genocide is never justified. There ain't no reason. 'Cause human beings are more than just a kind, defined by race or religion. 'Cause we all have souls and a mission here on earth. Only God knows why. You can't decide their death, 'cause you weren't here for their birth, or their first laugh or cry. Don't let the children die. Don't let the children die. Sisters and brothers, we know it's wrong when we see their fathers cry with their mothers. Genocide is never justified. There ain't no reason. 'Cause human beings are more than just a kind, defined by race or religion. 'Cause we all have souls and a mission here on earth. Only God knows why. You can't decide their death, 'cause you weren't here for their birth, or their first laugh or cry. Don't let the children die. Don't let the children die. Sisters and brothers, we know it's wrong when we see their fathers cry with their mothers. Don't let the children die. Don't let the children die. Sisters and brothers, we know it's wrong when we see their fathers cry with their mothers.